Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time. Kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Something when I hate when I take the time to clean something within an inch of its life, and then I look over and see the one spot I missed because I wiped down the studio this morning.
That's right, never clean.
And I look over here and I can only see it kind of with the light hitting the console. I'm like, God damn it. Now I'm gonna have to go back, and I couldn't even find like wet wipes this morning, so I had to go old school. I had to get paper towel and get some Lysol spritz from the kitchen and do the whole thing in here because, you know, we share the studio with Mark Nolan with the Magic Morning Show, and they
he's
flipped.
Disgusting. Oh.
Well, you see the twinkling tree behind me here, but they flipped to Christmas music today. And so it's been really nice to be in here by myself putting this program together, because out there it's been madness. It's been nuts to butts all day long, because not only was it a big deal this morning that they flipped to Christmas, but like they're doing some kind of fundraiser down the hall.
Like a telethon.
They have people on the phones and all this stuff. So on the one hand, like I love when the suite is full. I love, you know, it feels like old times when everybody's around. A lot of people out there I don't know, but that's beside the point. But after this room was full this morning when they flipped to Christmas,
so many cookies out there too.
Yeah, there's food everywhere. Poundcake's gonna have a ball. I wiped this whole thing down. Of course, I look over here as I'm ready to turn our microphones on and see what I missed, but whatever. That's just me. Good afternoon. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire.
Hey, creepy hugs.
Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Happy Friday.
It was so busy here today, Poundcake, I had to park on 2.
Oh, I feel so bad.
God, I know. I couldn't get my usual spot.
Gross.
How could you walk up 2 stories to get to your car?
I know. I can't be parking with the unwashed masses in this building. Come on, man. You think I want to defile my 2015 Ford Fusion?
The passless masses. Don't got the hang tag.
Yeah, that's right. Anywho, yeah, big day around here because they flipped to Christmas and it was a whole thing. So, and I forgot about it, even though they send us nonstop emails in anticipation of it. You know, they send them to us like a week ahead of time, and I had completely forgotten about it. So I'm coming in this morning, and I'm like, what the hell's going on? Like, every spot is full, and I couldn't figure it out. And it didn't even hit me until I walked into the suite this morning. I'm like, oh, right. Because just people everywhere. And food, and the conference rooms have cookies on them and things. And, you know, when the Mark Nolan show is still on, I'm out there starting to put things together. I'm like, I just need a chair and a corner of a table to work, and I'll be fine. I don't need any special accommodations. I said, hey, the day's already shot. I had to park all the way up on 2. What do you want from me?
I'm surprised you didn't call off.
Huh?
I'm surprised you didn't get in, see that you had to park on 2 and be like, no show today.
Oh, no. No, I'm here to work, baby. I'm here to work.
The
strike is over. The SAG-AFTRA strike is over.
Oh, that's right.
I can finally go back to work. But, yeah, so anyway, the suite out there, though, they're blasting Magic. It's all Christmas music now. So at least when Cody hears some Mariah Carey or some Whitney Houston or something, that'll make you happy.
I'll make a request. I don't think Whitney Houston's Christmas album got a lot of commercial play.
I wonder why, because she's such a popular artist, especially for like kind of kind of a middle-of-the-road format, you'd think they'd be just blaring Whitney Houston Christmas.
But her album, that particular album, was very soulful and very churchy. Like it had a very.
Are you dancing around Too Black?
Yes, it was Too Black. I mean, there's no other way I can.
No,
put it.
but that's
it was Too Black.
But
Mariah
that's what
Carey's-
makes a great Christmas song.
The only song,
Something like that, a little off the beaten path.
The only song I can imagine them playing from that album would be "Joy to the World," but that also was on the Preacher's Wife soundtrack, and that was I think they do that on Broadway too.
You should suggest that to them.
Sure,
I'm serious. You should. I mean, you should go, hey guys,
because that's my favorite Christmas album.
Because there's only so many times. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of Christmas music to go around, but you're going to lean on the Mariah, the old timey stuff. That seems to be the only time anymore that you'll hear real old timey music on the radio is at Christmas, right? Frank Sinatra and Bing Crosby and
Whitney. I love. She's my favorite artist because you can tell by like her music that she was making, what phase of her career she was in. After the 2000s, most of her music was really urban black. Like it was like she was working with Babyface and Dark Child, and so this Christmas album had a lot of soulful black elements in it. So it was something you would hear in church. So that's probably why it doesn't get a lot of airplay. Mariah Carey's "All I Want for Christmas Is You," like that is a commercial song, so that it gets the most play.
Is this it?
That might be a live version. There's a commercial.
I thought you said it was live.
No.
Oh, I thought you said her Christmas record was live, or there was something.
No.
Oh, okay.
I said the "Joy to the World." They do that on Broadway. This is it.
That's like a gospel choir.
Yeah, so it was like
Because it was from the Preacher's Wife, like you said.
yeah, but they have like a Christmas version of that, and then they have the version from the Preacher's Wife.
Is that the one where Kevin Costner plays the preacher?
No, this is Denzel Washington.
Oh, Denzel.
Denzel, yeah.
Yeah, she's Denzel's
You're
wife.
thinking of The Bodyguard.
Yeah, I knew that, but I thought they tried to, you know how
they try to do it again.
they kept trying to re-team Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan with diminishing returns. After Sleepless in Seattle, they go, oh, let's team them up again and trying to recapture that magic. I thought maybe, because Whitney Houston and Kevin Costner had gotten very, very close on that film. He was if you ever saw his eulogy after she died, he was inconsolable because they had become very, very close. And, if only Kevin Costner could have saved her from her demons, we would have seen her on Yellowstone. You imagine that? People would have loved seeing Whitney Houston on Yellowstone. That crowd probably would have had no problems with that whatsoever.
I don't know how much white people like to hear black church music. Like gospel music makes me feel good because it reminds me of when I was younger and I would grow up in the church and my mom would take me to church, or I would go with my aunt or my great aunt, and it makes me feel good. But I don't know if white people necessarily can relate to that, so I don't know if it holds the same feeling.
Well, I will tell you personally, because my older daughter is in the College of Music at Michigan State. She's a vocal performance major. And so she's in the various choirs, and she's always got these performances. I went a couple of weeks ago. She has one tonight that I can't make it to. They're doing Carmina Burana, and then I'm going in a couple of weeks. One of the only situations in which I will almost be brought to tears is when there's those huge orchestral choir performances, whether it's a gospel choir, just massive groups of people singing their ass off.
Army.
Yes, whether it's, I don't care if it's
The Tabernacle,
German or, yeah, but I mean, when you see these, especially at her shows, when you see, and she had a solo this last one, and, as a dad, I couldn't be prouder, but I mean, just huge choirs and things like that. That's a powerful stuff, man. You should shoot them an email. Go, hey, play more Whitney Christmas.
Yeah, and the Braxtons.
Play more black Christmas songs.
There you go.
For real though, they would get that would attract people, because I don't know if the competing stations like the ZAKs and the 7-9s and stuff would play that stuff for Christmas. I don't think they play Christmas music.
I mean, her one album, her first foray into holiday music was called A Crack Pipe for Christmas.
And we almost got to break without you saying something about her.
I tried. I really
was
tried.
very intrigued with the conversation.
I really tried. In my brain, I'm going, don't do it. Don't do it. One conversation about Whitney where you don't throw in, don't do it. Poundcake, I'm sorry. I could not stop myself. I was filled with the Christmas spirit.
You're getting coal in your stocking.
Crack, she's smoking.
Pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. Oh, pa-ruff-pa-puff? Yeah. Right. Well, Poundcake has...
in the tub, she's drowning.
Oh, no. Now he took it too far. Well, I feel redeemed because he just took it too far, Cody.
You're welcome.
I've got a break here. Hey, later on in the show, Dr. Ryan Bergland will join us. We do a segment called Is It Red with him. He's with the Cleveland Clinic. It'll be his last appearance for 2023. So if you have questions for him, guys, if you got something weird going on down there, he might be able to help you out. We'll take your calls and text live later on, but you can email me if you're not able to listen live. Or, you want to remain anonymous. You can do that. It's just alan@alancoxshow.com. And we'll take a break. Next chance for you to grab some money is coming up. You get $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie at 2:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
Hey, it's Alan. Score early this NFL season, all season long with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. If you're not on FanDuel yet, use my name to do it. FanDuel.com/Cox. It's $150 if your team wins. So if you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, it's a great time to get in on the action for the remainder of the NFL season. The app is super easy to use. You can bet however you like. Spreads, over-unders, player props, and, of course, Moneyline. FanDuel.com/Cox. Do the NFL season right. FanDuel is an official partner of the NFL. 21 and over and present in Ohio. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame Moneyline wager required. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Mackenzie here. If you've been looking for a car, truck, or SUV that's in stock and ready for immediate delivery, you'll find it today at Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. With 23 brands, 50 locations, and over 6,000 new and used vehicles in stock, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at the perfect price. For the location nearest you, visit KenGanleyAuto.com. Ken Ganley, we drive Ohio.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear.
My life coach has a terrible life.
Things you missed when you were tired finally reveal themselves.
My passport is in the pocket of the duffel bag I took to Mexico.
It's the Black Friday sale at Mattress Firm. Get a king bed for a queen price and save up to $700 on Sealy. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select mattresses. And if you see a better price, we'll match it. The right mattress matters. We'll find yours. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
This is Mike D'Amato from Nissan in North Olmsted and I-90 Nissan. On November 11th, we'll commemorate Veterans Day, a day for all of us to take a few moments to truly appreciate the sacrifices of the men and women who serve our country, who put their lives on the line to keep us safe at home and abroad. History decides the worth of wars and battles, but the value of people who fight for what we believe in to be right is absolutely immeasurable. Anyone who has worn the uniform, anyone helping to keep peace around the world and right here at home, anyone fighting the seemingly endless threats that continue to endanger our democracy, anyone who has willingly placed themselves in danger to protect our lives and our way of life, anyone who is a veteran deserves our deepest appreciation and a moment to acknowledge what they've done for us, what they continue to do for us, and for us to say thank you. From everyone at Nissan in North Olmsted and I-90 Nissan to all the veterans, please accept our heartfelt gratitude for your service and your sacrifice. Thank you.
Okay, true stories from Huntington with Jen and Mindy.
Somebody came through the drive-thru. I looked at the ID. It said Mindy.
You knew Mindy?
I did. I said, oh my gosh, hi, Mindy. And this person looked over and drove away, left everything at the branch. I knew it wasn't her, so I contacted our fraud department and had a hold put on the account.
Well, sounds like she helped save you from identity theft, Mindy.
Yeah, she saved the day. She was my little guardian angel.
Get more than money from your bank. Welcome to Huntington. Real people compensated for true stories.
This November at Bob's Discount Furniture, I'm unlocking special values every single Friday, on top of my everyday low prices with flexible financing options.
Oh my
Bob! A huge selection of complete rooms under $1,000.
Oh my
Bob! Plus a bunch of bundle and save packages ready to ship in time for the holidays.
Oh my
Bob! When every day feels like Black Friday at Bob's, there's only one thing to say. Oh my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
There are giants among us. They are the men and women building and sustaining our Navy's next generation submarines. If you're ready to go big, get on board. We build giants at buildsubmarines.com.
If there's anything better than getting a few of your favorite things from McDonald's, it's getting a few of your favorite things from McDonald's for less in the McDonald's app. Delicious.
For a limited time, mix and match a Filet-O-Fish, 10-piece Chicken McNuggets, or McCrispy sandwich. Buy one, get one for $1.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Price and participation may vary. Valid for item of equal or lesser value. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
At Giant Eagle, Get Go, and Market District, we listen to what you, our customers, want. So we've locked in prices on more than 1,000 items across the store, saving you money. Get the products you want and brands you trust on Price Lock at Giant Eagle, Get Go, and Market District. From everyday essentials to your favorite groceries, all while earning My Perks on every trip. Perks that are good for free gas and groceries. Check out all the products on Price Lock at Giant Eagle, Get Go, and Market District, where savings add up every day.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment.
Ahead of the 2024 election, you've got to get away from the extremes and listen to the middle.
Hi, Jeremy. My name is Jeff. I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio.
The Middle with Jeremy Hobson is a podcast focused on Americans who have a huge say in who's in power and what gets done.
Jan here in Kansas City, Missouri.
Americans in the middle.
My name is Venkat. I'm calling you from Atlanta, Georgia.
We're live and taking your calls every week. Listen to The Middle with Jeremy Hobson on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Alan Cox.
The sort of man we used to describe at school as a complete prick.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
Depeche Mode at the Romo Fijo tonight. Be a lot of traffic for that. A lot of people asking me if I'm going to be there, and I said, well, if you see me, let me know, because I'm not going to be there. So I would like to be looped in if you do run into me, because that won't be me. It might be a brilliant disguise, might be an imposter. Tomorrow night, by the way, we normally do our metal show here on MMS. It's called 2 hours to midnight. We get it going, as the name implies, 10 o'clock. Me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. We're not doing one tomorrow night because it's a late West Coast Cavs game. They're playing the Warriors right there in the Golden State. So no, 2 hours to midnight tomorrow night, but we will return next Saturday night. You ever seen anybody try to do a metal song at karaoke night? It's maddening because I think it's so silly. You know, there's dudes that are like way into metal and they just want to get in front of a microphone and just growl and scream and whatever, but it's ridiculous. Nobody's having a good time when you do that. You know, every so often you'll see a viral video of somebody's granny who gets up there and does Down with the Sickness or something like that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about guys that are up there, you know, stolen valor because they don't really have a band or anything. They're just up there screaming into a microphone, a song they know. This is in Louisville, Kentucky. I was there about a month ago. And, you know, it's like any other bar where they'll hire somebody to do a karaoke night or host it, and then people sign up and they do it. There's no shortage of places around here that do it, right? When we used to do our bar crawls every so often in Cam's Corners, we'd go over to, is it called West Park Station, or it used to be?
Yeah, I think so.
West Park Station. They would have karaoke. And it would be, you know, you'd have a mix of whatever. You'd have some people trying to, very earnestly singing, people who can sing, getting up there and really belting it out. So in Louisville, Kentucky, there's an old guy who they hired at this bar. You know, just a local karaoke night guy. They lug in their own equipment and they set it up. And I don't know if this has been this guy's regular gig for a long, long time, but he had a couple of young dudes come in and sing a metal song. A band called Falling in Reverse, if you're hip to them. And these two dudes, and the guy unplugged, he starts screaming at him that it ruined his equipment. He says, I'll never come back to this bar. He's so mad at them for blowing out his speakers.
Everybody, nobody's gonna holler at my microphone. I'm sorry.
He's remember the video of the guy that like the old guy that barks like a dog when they're interviewing him, and he gets in it. God, that old viral video of the guy that Australian couple or something.
Yeah. There, it's funny. There's no reason to do that. But you damaged my equipment.
Dude, when did you say there were rules?
What do you mean, common sense? You don't scream and you're a microphone. Turn on. It's time for me to go. It's funny. Everybody there. It's funny. Show you how much money I made my tip jar. $13. 5 hours. $13. And these guys think it's funny.
Oh, man. They're going at it. Screaming at each other.
Ruin my equipment.
Yeah.
I mean, a weird reaction from that guy, but it is, I'm a huge metal fan, obviously. But come on. That ain't what karaoke's for. Barking Rabbit Ray is the guy that you might remember.
Microchipped, cleaned up after, de-sexed, leashed, not allowed on the beaches or in the parks outside certain hours. So how is it that these two are roaming their neighbourhood, frightening the locals, and the council isn't stopping it?
Now, yesterday morning, I came out into the front yard and the dogs were across the road. And as soon as they saw me, they came bounding over. And I just made it to the front door.
That lady's like,
just gets
whoa,
it,
why are you selling it so hard?
What are you doing here?
That was like one of the first viral internet
2010.
news clips, yeah.
That was a long time ago. Emily in Toledo, hello.
Hey, Alan, how's it going?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, so I was listening to Poundcake saying that a lot of white people probably wouldn't really be into gospel music, or at least deeper gospel music, and I think he would actually find kinship in my very white, very old 70-year-old stepmother. She's one of those people where no matter what time of year it is, whether it's Christmas, whether it's not Christmas, there's always a gospel song on. There's always Christianity going on. Nothing else will move her any one which way.
But is
Whereas
it black gospel?
Yeah, black gospel too. Not as much. Not a whole lot on the black gospel, but she'll listen to. At least I haven't heard her sing.
She ain't
or
listening
listen
to no
a lot of
BB
black
and CC
gospel.
Winans or no Kirk Franklin.
Well, but again, white gospel music kind of was the earlier days of what would essentially become country music. So it was like Jerry Lee Lewis, and there was Mickey Gilley way back in the day. Those guys were doing white gospel music. But it wasn't that different then. So that's what your mom is listening to, or your grandma, Emily?
My stepmother, yeah.
Oh, stepmother.
You get in the car, yeah. You get in the car with her, you're listening to nothing but gospel music, or at least very religious music.
I'm going to need some Yolanda Adams, ma'am.
Right.
I need all that.
I mean, listen, before he was a disgraced televangelist, Jimmy Swaggart, if you remember him way back in the day, he was a white gospel singer. And then I guess he figured there's got to be a better grift than this. And then he turned himself into a televangelist. But that's what all that music was back in the day. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Emily.
Thank you, Alan. Have a good one.
White people problems.
I already have a good one. Thank you. There's Emily in what's Toledo? The Glass City? Is that what Toledo is?
Yeah.
A glass city.
Why?
Because they make Jeeps and there's a lot of glass. I don't know. Do they have a glass company? I mean, they make Jeeps there. And
why do they make Jeeps there instead of Detroit?
Well, Toledo's not far from Detroit. I don't know. Maybe the land was cheaper in Toledo. You know, as part of that war over the city of Toledo, maybe they were like, we'll take the Jeeps. You take Detroit. I don't know. And I saw a pot-bellied 50-year-old bald-headed man throw his soul into Mr. Crowley at a karaoke night once. We laughed through most of it, and I'll never forget it. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't mind when people get up there and do their thing, but like the guys that get up there and want to do like
you're talking like
full-on
screaming
heavy metal songs.
Yeah, you're talking about like.
And even if you like that music, that sucks. It's like, dude, start a band, okay? I got money here for you. It is $1,000. Courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. You'll get one of these keywords every hour this afternoon, so don't waste them. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Money, that's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
If you want to leave us voicemails, you can always use the Alan Cox Show After Hours line. Doesn't even have to be after hours. You can use it anytime. It's 216-986-8903.
Hi, Alan. It's another Mike from Parma calling on this sad 48th anniversary of the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. I'm not talking about the time in which I dropped a six-pack of Great Lakes' fine porter beer. To commemorate this tragedy, I was wondering if you could hit the post on the Edmund Fitzgerald song. Love me, love you, hate the show, Bye.
Is that's a beer they have over there?
Yeah.
They have a beer called the Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald?
Yeah. I don't know if it's the wreck of it. I think it's just the Edmund Fitzgerald.
Edmund Fitzgerald. I don't know how. Well, the one here from Coeur d'Alene. It's about a boat crash on the Buzzard. I don't know.
The legend lives on from the Chippewa on down of the big lake they call.
So what did he say? The 48th anniversary of the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald? All right. Oh, there it is. November 10th, 1975. That would be today. Out of service. That's a nice way of saying it sank? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Or it hit something?
I don't know. Listen to the song.
Oh, is he explaining?
I don't know.
That good ship and true was a bone to be chewed when the gales of November came early.
I mean, we've dug into this song so often over the years, you know, that I feel like I should know it chapter and verse, but I don't. I only know that they didn't recover any bodies. They said that they lost all hands, 29 crew. And that would be 58 hands, right? Thank you. So there you go. Thank you, Mike. Mike in Parma. You know, it hasn't materialized yet, and somebody brought it, I don't know if it was him or another Mike from Parma, who kind of brought it to my attention that when I do the Cox Out at the Parma Tavern, that would be a great kind of de facto meetup of all the Mikes in Parma who listen to the show. I met a couple last time, but I'm going to be there on Sunday again, so just consider that. Your unofficial invitation, if you are a Mike from Parma, to meet up with other Mikes from Parma. What are they? Parma, very proudly, like the 7th or 8th largest city in the state of Ohio. And so you combine that with the fact that Mike is probably still one of the most common and popular names, you're potentially going to have a lot of people there. So it wasn't my idea. I can't take credit for it. But the Cox Out on Sunday, so Browns are in Baltimore. We're going to start up around noon at the Parma Tavern. And if you are a Mike from Parma, that might be a great opportunity for you to meet other Mikes. And you can, I don't know what you discuss. I can't hold your hand, but it was just a suggestion from a listener named Mike. And it might be a great opportunity to discuss whatever Mikes would discuss. Here in the United States, Kmart is not really a thing anymore. Kmart, like a fossil of retail. There are 20 Kmarts left in the United States. 4 of them are in the Virgin Islands. So here on the mainland, there are only 16 Kmarts in the whole United States. However, they are still huge in Australia and New Zealand. Just between Australia and New Zealand, there are 520 Kmart stores. So they still do big business over there. But they've gotten themselves into trouble because they did a thing where they were giving away ham bags. You buy a Christmas ham, and they give it to you in like a holiday bag. You ever bought a Christmas ham pound cake and it came in a bag? Does your mom buy Christmas hams? He's taking calls. Anyway.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
My question was, does your mom buy Christmas hams? And do they come in like those festive bags?
So we have the holidays at my aunt's house. Like we all have that designated, I guess you could call her the Medea of the family. So my aunt does. They get hams. So I don't know her preparation.
By the Medea of the family, do you mean it's your uncle in a dress?
No.
Oh.
The Medea is like a thing in the black community.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone has like a designated house where you spend holidays, who makes all the food, essentially the ambassador to the family.
The matriarch.
Yes. And that would probably, in my, at least on my end, it would be my aunt. That's where we grew up. We would have our own, me, my mom, my brother, we have our own little Christmas unopened, or our presents, unwrapping. And then we would go to, did I say unwrapping? Opening, sorry.
Okay.
And then we would go to my aunt's house to have the big holiday festival.
Tyler Perry Medea, not the Medea from Greek mythology.
Correct.
She's not showing up with a golden fleece or anything like that.
I thought that was Medusa.
Medusa's the Gorgon. She's the one with snakes for hair.
Okay.
Decapitated by Perseus. Medea, remember Jason in the Argonauts?
No.
She helps him get the golden fleece. Anywho, Kmart was selling ham bags, festive ham bags, over there in Australia and New Zealand. And a couple of people got really upset, and Kmart has agreed to pull them because they had on the bag, in just festive lettering and trees, Merry Hammas. They just figured it would be kind of a cute pun or whatever.
A little cheeky.
Cheeky, but people complained, given what's going on, that it looked like Merry Hamas.
That makes sense.
And they said, a couple of Australian Jewish groups were like, hey, we do get what they're doing here, but it's kind of a bad look. They were like, it's potentially funny. We do understand what they're happening, but what they're doing. But given what's happening right now, it would be great if maybe they would move on to something else. So, again, I don't know if this is something they do every year, but imagine it was the first year they did it, and Kmart's like, boy, we got a slam dunk now, boys. Ham bags.
How did marketing miss that?
Right.
Someone was like, I'm going to pitch this idea. It's some guy who's been waiting for his moment all these years at this big PR firm.
Guys, I got hammas.
And he presents it, and it's the year that they're fighting.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at it, though, I don't
It's
think
like separated.
It's there's no way you're confusing that for anything, but it's still just a weird promotion to be
Hammas.
like, hammas. Like, there's no.
It's a clunky.
It's real clunky.
Yeah. It's ham.
This is going to put Kmart down under.
It's ham on one line with a tree for the A, and then underneath a hyphen and MAS. So you'd never look at it and go, oh, Hamas. But you know how your mind and your brain and your eyes will fill things in. A Jewish group complained and said, listen, we do get it. It would be cool if maybe they did something else. And Kmart said, yes, we will do something else. We didn't really think it through. We got it wrong, and we apologize. We didn't think through all the implications of this. So obviously, these aren't things they create overnight. They've been waiting to roll these out way before the Israel-Gaza thing started. I mean, that's been going on a month and some change. You get this stuff going, way ahead of time. So it's not like Hamas would have been top of mind there in Australia. But they have pulled their... I have to think these are going to be going for a pretty penny on eBay. Sorry, eBay.
eBay.
They're ham bags. Speaking of handbags, Dr. Ryan Bergland is going to join us later on.
Same direction.
For the final installment of Is It Red? I'm already starting to get people's questions. It'll be the last time he'll join us in 2023. So if you want to get emails to me, if you can't listen live, if you're a podcast listener, I'll try to get to your question. But if you've never joined us for Is It Red, Dr. Ryan Bergland is a surgical urologist. I think he used to be on the show like monthly.
Yeah, we did it monthly.
We did it a lot back in the day. I was like, that's a lot of his time. He's giving of his time. And so we now do it, every few months. So when he is here, it's rare and it's a treat.
I feel like once a quarter we have him.
I think you're right.
Yeah, it's about that.
That's kind of how I've laid it out from last couple of years. So anyway, he'll be with us a little bit later on. I've got a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192 to get me there. If you want to watch live, you can, AlanCoxShow.com, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
Crank that son of a bitch up.
Full blast.
Oh, yeah.
And Alan Cox.
Seemingly mind-numbingly dull.
FM home of the Cavaliers.
This is Cavaliers forward Evan Mobley on 100.7 WMMS.
This is Clay Travis. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Browns right tackle DeJuan Jones will likely miss Sunday's game against Baltimore after being held out of practice for a third straight day with injuries. Over to college hoops action tonight. Akron getting set to host Southern Mississippi as the Zips look to start the season with 2 straight wins. And Air Force General Richard Clark is reportedly the frontrunner to become the new chief of the college football playoff. I'm Scott Davidson.
The fully electric EQS sedan from Mercedes-Benz is innovation on a magnificent scale. Available with the epic 56-inch touch-sensitive hyperscreen. The vehicle is all electric. The feeling is all Mercedes. Learn more at mbusa.com/EQS.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, Drew Scott here, and I'm Jonathan Scott, reminding you that life's better with a home policy from American Family Insurance. They can help you get just the right protection at just the right price and help you save when you bundle home and auto. Kind of like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. It'll be just right for you. We love a custom build. American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company SI and its operating company 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
While other apps are raising the price to stream music, podcasts, and more of what you love, your iHeartRadio app is still 100% free. So put your credit card away and download the free iHeartRadio app for access to all the music, radio, and podcasts you love. Free never sounded so good.
Boom, 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 boom. Nissan has a car for every driver who wants more. More action. More fun. More guts. More head turns. More adventure. More electric. At Nissan, more is all we do.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help, so you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Cleveland Browns bring talent and drive to the field, while Ken Ganley delivers great value on over 600 Kias. We're making deals on every new Kia in stock, including Seltos, K5, Sportage, Sorrento, Forte, Soul, and the 3-row Telluride. Take your choice. New 2023 Kia Forte, LXS, Soul LX, or Seltos LX. $159 lease per month. $159 lease per month. These 36-month leases have just $34.95 due at signing, 10K miles per year, with no security deposit required. So, if you want a winning deal, you've got to get to Ken Ganley Kia, an official partner of the Cleveland Browns in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Or visit us online at kenganleykia.com. Tell them McKinsey sent you, because I want to see you in a Ken Ganley Kia.
All offers plus tax, tag, title, and doc fee on approved credit through KMF. Expires 11/15/23.
Honey, can you swing by the post office and grab some stamps?
Done.
And drop off these packages?
Sure thing, honey.
Ooh, and get the tracking info.
Got it.
But you haven't moved.
I know. How great is that?
This holiday season, the Postal Service is closer than ever with convenient ship-from-home services like label printing, free package pickup, and delivery notifications. You can send more holiday joy from the comfort of home. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America. Ship from home at USPS.com/holidayjoy.
Level up your listening with Bose Quiet Comfort Ultra earbuds and headphones. Breakthrough immersive audio and world-class noise cancellation bring your fave holiday classics to life. Visit Bose.com/iHeart this holiday season and shop sound that's more.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Hey, it's Alan. Come hang out for the next Cox Out pregame. Sunday from noon to 2, I'm going to be at the Parma Tavern on Broadview. Browns are in Baltimore, and so we'll be there handing out prizes, and somebody walks out with $300 in Visa gift cards. All starts around noon, the next Cox Out pregame. I'll see you at the Parma Tavern on Sunday. It's all powered by Bud Light.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Before making a joke, say, uh-oh, here comes a little whoopsie from my giggle hole.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. You want to watch live or get me otherwise? Who's helping out there in the video department today? Oh, I don't know.
Oh, they should have updated it.
I don't see the name. I got to know the name. Hey, Nick.
Hey, Alan.
What's up, man?
I promise I won't take more than 20 seconds of your time starting now. So, the Six Flags Geauga Lake thing that caused them to be shut down is the fact it was built on a county line and split between two counties, and the county that the roller coaster side was in enacted new height restrictions, including repairs. So there was nothing they could do. That's my time. Love the show.
Thank you. There's Nick in Akron. He was true to his word, boy.
Trying
Had himself timed and everything. Now, I didn't get what he said because I was too busy timing him. But
who cares? As long as he stuck to his time.
He said Geauga Lake was built on a county line and they had a height restriction. Of the patrons or of the attractions?
I'm guessing the attractions.
Oh, they didn't have a lot of amusement parks.
Get out of here, Tolly.
They have a minimum. I
mean,
mean,
like your tall kind around.
Well,
here.
every amusement park's got height restrictions. You must be this tall to ride this ride. Traditionally 48 inches. That's why I was a grown man until I got on a roller coaster because I said, I'm not 48 inches. Hey-oh, hey. Buck Nuggington is helping out in the video department today. Thank you so much. I always refer to it as the video department. We don't really have a video department. It's Bill, who is the head of my video department, and then whoever he brings on for the day. One and done. And today, that's Buck Nuggington. I have to assume that's short for Buckingham Nuggingtonson.
Buxton. It's Buxton.
It's Buxton? Mm-hmm. Buxom?
Buxton.
Like a chesty blonde?
No, like Buxton.
Oh, okay.
Buxton.
Well, there you go. If you listen
Jackson
to us on iHeartRadio, by the way, you can always leave us messages there, too. If you do it out of state, I'd like to know where people are. Molly listens in Denver. Ray is one of our bureau chiefs up in Vancouver. Angela listens in Cincinnati, Ohio. Patrick's in Avoca, PA. Austin is a brand new listener in Valparaiso, Indiana. I'm sending him off some stickers, too. If you're one of our bureau chiefs that needs to represent with an Alan Cox Show sticker, let me know about that. Valpo, by the way, they just found a couple of days ago, they found a kid stabbed to death in the head at like one of the Valpo gyms or something.
Whoa.
Valparaiso University is there. And that's pretty wild.
That's insane.
Because I think that's like a Christian school or something. Like Notre Dame's a Catholic school. I think Valpo is something else. I don't know if Austin's a student, but about a week or 10 days ago, the big story that they found a kid stabbed to death in the head. Ouch. That can't feel good. But you can leave us little talkback messages there if you like.
What up, Alan? On the topic of Christmas music, growing up in an African-American household, there's 3 albums we usually have on heavy rotation as far as Christmas go. That was the Whispers Christmas, Temptations, and Charles Brown, the jazz blues singer. I mean, you had your gospels and all that kind of stuff too for people that want to hear the church side of things, but those were the 3 major albums. Okay, later.
I didn't ask you to hit the post on anything. Usually he does.
He's probably smart enough to know. I think that's Martin. I think he's smart enough to know that I can't hit the post on gospel music. Now, if you're talking Whispers, I know Rock Steady, but I don't think I know like their gospel songs. I don't know what those would be. I mean, if you want me to do some Shirley Caesar, I could probably do it. Wasn't this a Whispers? Rocksteady? Poundcake knows. I bet his mom gets down to this.
Probably.
I bet Teresa, when she was, when she was tossing her bills to that TikTok monkey, I bet she had some Whispers going on in the background.
I'm glad you say tossing bills. Yes.
Yeah, tossing bills to the TikTok monkey.
Probably.
All right.
I don't know for sure.
Isn't this a Whispers? Yeah, it's a Whispers. Okay, 1987. So clearly that's not some of their, that is not some of their gospel music, but, Christmas albums. We just don't play Christmas music at Casa Cox. We sure as balls don't do it this early.
I mean, it's not early. It
is early. It's not even Thanksgiving yet.
Yeah,
I mean, retail-wise, because that's how people think of Christmas now. They think of every holiday now in the sense of what the retail season is.
Correct.
We've gotten so inured to the fact that Christmas marketing starts so goddamn early, but it's still, in my view, abnormal to not even have. There's people. You think, people will be putting up like their fall decor, if that's a thing, after Halloween. There's people putting up their Christmas tree after Halloween. Like Thanksgiving, I think because it's primarily a food-related holiday. It's not a gift-related holiday. If there were Thanksgiving gifts, companies and stores would be marketing that instead of Christmas. But they're like, what's the next retail consumer holiday? It ain't Thanksgiving.
Well, 'cause
Christmas.
Thanksgiving is really just like a Kickstarter for Christmas, it seems like at this point.
I don't even think...
Just like, hey, get together, but also we really just want you to be shopping. If you're going to go out and do some Thanksgiving, cook things for Thanksgiving while you're there, you might as well pick up this stuff for Christmas because you're out.
You know who be shopping?
Women.
Women be shopping. Man. What, Cody?
I'm saying I don't even think... I'm trying to think back to like what my mom has. My mom has like storage bins of Christmas stuff, Santas, trees, decorations.
Digs out all her black Santas.
And that she is the person that puts all that out after Halloween. I don't think she may have like some Thanksgiving salt shakers and like a tablecloth, but I think that's about it. But I think Thanksgiving is just a big old joke in today's society. Like,
why?
I like the holiday, don't get me wrong. But
because you don't like the concept of giving thanks.
No, that's not it. It's actually quite the opposite. We have a big holiday about what we're thankful for, and not even 12 hours. Directly after dinner, people go out and fight and riot to get stuff. More stuff. Material things.
You mean Black Friday?
Yes, not even.
I don't think that's a thing anymore.
Yes,
it
is.
I don't know about that.
That is a tradition for
but
people.
it's not as
it's not about
aggro as it was.
Yeah,
it was never about convenience.
When was the last time you saw a Black Friday riot?
Last Black Friday.
Where?
They have them all over. I can't tell you a particular spot, but any mall around here, any place that has several retail stores in a row, it could be Crocker Park, Legacy Village, Pinecrest, any of those places.
You think they're rioting at Pinecrest?
It's like
were they throwing their mink stoles at each other?
Doorbuster sales, like. They come up with
but
that
they
name for
stopped
a
doing
reason.
that.
I don't think that's a thing anymore because Amazon does like Black Friday in July.
But it's not even about convenience. They could have always ordered online. They could wait till Monday and do Cyber Monday. People are still going out.
You mean people go specifically to fight?
Not necessarily to fight, but they will if they have to. They don't.
But what they were fighting over was like $49 televisions.
Okay, so you're telling me they're not going to see that this year? You're not going to see any videos on Twitter of people.
All I'm saying is, listen,
trampled.
My sister-in-law my middle brother's wife. She went out on Black Friday. She was in line at 4:30 in the morning for Black Friday. She hasn't done that in 2 or 3 years because it's not a thing anymore. Because Amazon and eBay, all these online companies, they do Black Friday in August. They're constantly doing, or Amazon Prime Day or whatever it is. I feel like that has taken the place of people lining up outside Walmart and then fighting over $50 televisions.
But don't you think the stores know that? So therefore they have to compete with Amazon and all these places.
But they can't.
But they can because the merchandise was already overpriced. So now they're saying the people that do show up, we know you could get it on Amazon. We know you could get it on eBay. So we're going to make it even lower. So we're going to make it a $75, big screen TV. And people will go because they know that not everyone's going to do it, but the people that show up, they're going to fight over it and someone's going to get trampled.
Well, but also you might be right. All I'm saying is I don't recall a recent video of people.
I'm going to look for a 2023 or 2022 Black Friday
all over
riot.
TikTok, all over Twitter.
I think I think though, let's take current day. You also have to take into account that everything now is more expensive. And people are getting used to that. It's not, that's
expensive because.
But the point is to get people used to everything being more expensive. Because it's not like companies are going to cut their prices. They could. It's not even that because inflation is down. Prices aren't coming down. Inflation's not nearly as bad as it was this time last year, but prices aren't coming down.
They're just
because companies are like, oh, well, we got them here. Let's keep them here. So they're not going to be cutting their prices to compete with Amazon.
Yes, they will.
No, because they put their products on Amazon or their own website.
It's one day.
Walmart's website, a lot of times people will go to that because it's better than Amazon. They're like, I don't want to stand in line at 4:30 in the morning in November.
And they also changed the way that they do things where you have to get a ticket. And so it's not this rushing to get the thing. It's more like lottery type stuff. I just looked on YouTube and there's not any riots from those are all 6 or 7 years ago.
Because the employees were like, we're not doing this anymore. Yeah. I'm not getting punched in the face because some guy wants a television.
Well,
it was untenable. They couldn't keep doing that.
And the ones that you were seeing from last year are just old videos that people repost and pass off as
the thing is
from that year.
Will you be our Black Friday correspondent and go out early and start some riots?
I worked Black Friday. At
Hollister?
At Hollister. That was my first day. My first day was Black Friday, and that's how I know. And I said, this is ridiculous. And I'm not saying Hollister in particular, but stores. They do a cost-benefit analysis. They can afford one day of super low prices because they know once that inventory is gone, it's gone.
But people weren't rioting at Hollister.
I wasn't talking about Hollister, but the mall, there was...
What are you talking about?
There was a fight at Victoria's Secret. There was
Wait, we're saying this has happened in the past, but you say it's happening every year still, and it's not.
Okay.
No, absolutely. We've all seen it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that the entire business model has changed, where... If you can get a $50,
but not that much where people aren't showing up at all.
But the reason people lined up, and I only know because my sister-in-law used to tell me stories. The reason people lined up was this was designated as the time of year you could get super cheap items. Now you can get them all the time. Okay. You can go on Amazon or Costco or whatever and go, hey, there's a 65-inch television for $200. I'm going to get that now, and then I'll give it to somebody. Like Gwen, she has her Christmas shopping done in September because she goes, oh, I just get this stuff as it comes along throughout the year, and then I wrap it and give it to people.
Okay.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that's what the vibe is.
If that's the case, then there's no need for any retail stores at all because you could get anything online now.
That's why a lot of malls have gone out of business.
Okay, but there are still a lot of malls that are in business, and the ones that are, they make their sales by promoting Black Friday deals. They that's just what they do. And people like going. It's not about...
But you have to remember, too, go into a store around the holidays. A lot of brick and mortar stores will tell you, go on our website because if we don't have it, they got great deals on the website because they get tracked on that data, too. They go, just go on our website. So if people can do that for the store they like I said, Walmart.com has become a huge competitor to Amazon because they finally figured it out. They're like, hey, listen,
bruh,
people are still going to come to send them to the website instead of knocking down our doors and punching our employees in the face.
Walmart loves that. They love that people are fighting to get into their store. People aren't not buying online, but people still aren't not going to the store.
No,
I don't know what you're saying right now.
Because Poundcake has a clout mentality.
It's not a clout mentality.
Well, then why would Walmart want people to riot in their stores?
I'm not necessarily saying riot, but
you just said they want that.
They want people beating down their door to get into their store.
But they don't have to do that because they can go on the website and get the deal.
But there are some
they
people
can sit in bed instead of standing in line at 4:30.
It's tradition for some families to do that. They finish up their Thanksgiving dinner. They'll take a couple drinks of rum or whatever, and then they will
get liquored up.
Some of them do. It's like
it
a pregame
used
for
to be.
them. It's a
It
fun
used to be tradition. I'm just saying.
Maybe not during COVID.
Well. Listen, COVID murdered a lot of things, not just people.
I was going to say, I didn't see anything during COVID because that was going on. But when I was in college, obviously, I think, yeah, I'm sure times have changed a little bit, but not too awful much to where people aren't going at all because there wouldn't be.
No, he never said they're not going at all. They said it's just not them pushing through the doors.
They're
like
not
they used
fighting.
to.
Yeah, you see those videos of people like spilling into the store and punching
each
other.
The first person they get there gets the deal. Like only one person gets a certain deal, and they don't do it that way.
Because years ago, that was always the domain of whatever the hot toy was.
Right.
Now, Black Friday, or then, was, oh my God, these are grown adults. They're not fighting. It's not Jingle All the Way or whatever that Schwarzenegger movie was. It wasn't them trying to get something for their kids. It was people trying to get stuff for themselves.
And people wait until they'll have their kid go get something because no one's gonna trample a kid. The kid will grab the TV and an adult will snatch the TV out of his hand.
They don't care about kids in this country. What are you talking about?
I know that. That's what I'm saying. The kid will get snatched too. It's madness. I never understood the concept.
I got a $50 television and I got this kid for free.
Because
in the back of my truck.
Growing up in Lorain County, we had Midway Mall, which is now I think an Amazon facility. I didn't grow up going out for Black Friday. I didn't know that was a thing until I got to college. And I was like, oh, y'all camping out, y'all for real. And that was the first time I saw it. The fact that I worked that night, that was my first day on the job. I was like, oh, hell no.
Did you ever see a cheap weave riot, Bill?
Cheap weave riot. Punch fat chick for some hair.
I mean, I've never been present for
I think
Black Friday situation.
2015, I was dating a girl, and she really liked going out on Thanksgiving night and doing the Black Friday shopping. So I went with her to the mall, and it was fine. I mean, it was busy, but it wasn't nuts to butts.
I was gonna say, and people like to even if they're not there to cause trouble, they want to see if trouble happens. So they go out and they'll
Who are these hooligans that you think are going out and buying what?
Nobody's going there just I'm not here to shop. I just want to see if there's going to be any trouble.
They might buy a little something because it's cheap, but they also are there to take a part of the madness.
I don't know who these people are that are going out.
We're just
listen,
here for the madness.
I'll take you at your word. I mean, I'm sure that maybe you know people who've done that, but by and large, it doesn't need to be done anymore. People would line up because they wanted to be the first person to get. That's why stores were like, we only have 50.
Mm-hmm.
When they're gone, they're gone.
Yeah. And
now you go online, there's an infinite supply of them. Or there might not be.
Yeah, I was saying they put them on. They're like, oh,
but you're not. But no one's punching you to get it.
Sure, but they were like, okay, you want to get this? It was like when I bought my phone. Oh, it's not going to be here in time for Christmas. It had it was coming in January. That's what they told me.
Right.
And I got it the next day. So sometimes they'll do stuff intentionally to,
it's false urgency.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they'll say we have 50 televisions. The first 50 people line up. That's not going to stop the people behind the 50 people from trying. They're like, oh, there might be something else we can get.
Yeah.
The stores don't care. They love that people are going into their store because if they can't get what they want, they might settle for something else. They clear the shelves.
Ryan says, Alan, I'm listening to yesterday's show. You and Bill started singing Red Jumpsuit Apparatus, and we absolutely need more Alan and Bill covers. My Chemical Romance, Taking Back Sunday, Hawthorne Heights, all the allegedly great band. Well, we were talking about Jared Leto scaling part of the Empire State Building. is what got us into that conversation. And they had him on ropes and carabiners and all that, but he put on a red jumpsuit, and Jared Leto's a guy who likes a spectacle, man.
That would have been cool if Red Jumpsuit Apparatus was opening for him.
Was that song? You feel like a man?
You feel like a man?
Yeah. Face down in the dirt. I mean, we didn't do the whole song, obviously, but...
Maybe we can get a karaoke night.
And I only know a few of those songs because when I was
that's more the realm of Poundcake and Mary.
Well, yeah,
stuff.
I know, the only reason I know some of those songs is like, 06, 07, my station in Chicago, we were beating the piss out of those songs. Like Black Parade and Face Down, and oh my God. I leave all that stuff to Poundcake because he does a much better version. That's pretty good. Nailed it again. He's scatting when he does. I don't know the lyrics.
He's a scat man.
Yeah. Got to take a break. If you want to get those Green Day tickets, I got the last pair this week for you after the break. They're not coming to Cleveland. They're doing that Saviors tour. Green Day and the Smashing Pumpkins. I'll put you in Pittsburgh next September. That's Labor Day weekend at PNC Park. So that last pair after the break. And then another $1,000. Another keyword to grab a grand from the Buzzard bookie coming up at 3:30.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2024.
Presented by Capital One.
Sold out. Now your only way in is to win.
Don't miss Paramore.
Nancy Grace here, host of Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. Every day on Crime Stories, we shine a light on missing people, especially children, seeking justice for victims of violent crime. Crime Stories is the only daily podcast bringing listeners the latest breaking crime and justice news. Every day is a mission, another chance to help crime victims and bring criminals to justice. Listen to Crime Stories with Nancy Grace on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, I got one pair of tickets left to put you at Green Day and the Smashing Pumpkins in 2024. They're doing the Saviors Tour. They have a rotating cast of characters, city to city, opening for them. At the Pittsburgh show, you got Rancid. Awesome. And the Linda Lindas, who are also great, if you're not hip to them. All four bands, Sunday, September 1st, that is Labor Day weekend, at PNC Park in Pittsburgh. Make it a long weekend in the Steel City. Ticketmaster.com's got the details. You can get my last pair here for Green Day and the Pumpkins next year. Good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Brain dead entertainment throughout history. The Cup and Ball, the Yo-Yo, Pong, the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
This place is crawling with people today because they flipped Magic to Christmas, and they're also doing like a fundraiser or telethon thing over on TAM. So all day long, it's been nothing but like food being brought in, and there's bagels and pizzas and things.
There's pizzas?
And somebody is stealing my waters. With all our kitchen fridge is just chock full of beverages, right? Because they loaded it with like sparkling water and pop and all this stuff. And I bring in my bottles of water every day so I can drink them. I drink Hint water throughout the day.
Got to put your name on it.
2 of them have been stolen from the door of the fridge.
They don't know the rules.
I'm down 2 bottles.
They just think it's all free game. They're volunteering. You're giving to the cause, Alan. You're helping them.
I know.
I'm
helping them hydrate.
Yes.
I know. I'm not mad about it. I just didn't realize.
You seem mad. You seem upset.
I didn't realize.
Like a real crybaby over there. They're stealing my Hint water.
I bought some new. Usually I just drink cherry, but I'm trying out a couple of new flavors, and so I brought those, and they've been taken from me. I just didn't know that that's what was going on back there. So yes, I know, I understand, but I think these flavored waters. All right. The flavored waters are good if it's just a solid single flavor.
It's when they mix up.
Well, it's when I always try them, but it's like when they mix them, that's when it gets really artificial. I realize it's all artificial, but if you're drinking like lemon or cherry, my wife and child guzzle coconut Hint water. They used to make spearmint, which was all we used to drink, but I think that might be gone. So I normally drink cherry, so I bought a couple of mixed flavors, and that's when it starts to taste kind of chemically or something. But anywho, yes, I'm not complaining per se. It's just I didn't realize that's what was going on out there. People taking my waters.
You want me to go figure out who did it?
No.
Hey, everybody! Somebody's been stealing Alan's Hint water.
If I could have everyone's attention, please. I know you're doing a fundraiser for...
I know you're volunteering.
Yeah, you're volunteering.
Taking time.
Yes.
But some things in that fridge aren't for you.
Those of you, excuse me, if you're manning the phone banks, taking people's hard-earned donations, whoever's drinking my water, please stop.
Yes. Give it back. Spit it back into the bottle.
I don't know you people. You don't know me.
I had to actually, when I walked in this morning, I had to make sure that you guys were in the same studio because I didn't want a repeat of last time when someone was taking donations and I'm like hanging up on them because I was like, why are they in our studio?
Well, I asked Kennedy beginning of the week. I said, hey, am I going to have to do the show from a different room because they were doing magic in here, and I had seen a bunch of emails that they might want the street side studio, and he's like, no, you'll be fine. I said, okay.
Like, I'd like to make a donation. Wrong number.
But I thought it was for a good cause. Get off my line.
Oh, my God. I mean, can't they see we're doing a show here? Keep calling my line, making me work.
Right.
How dare people come to my job and make me work?
Well, this isn't the donation show.
Oh.
No, you know what? If that happens, just take some donations. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, just be like, okay, you make your donation, just send it to at Bill Squire on Venmo.
Cody Brown. Yeah. I will make a donation to you in a few minutes, $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie.
Hey.
So be listening for that. Dr. Ryan Bergland will join us later on today for Is It Red? Be his last appearance of 2023. If you guys have some painful or potentially drippy or weird stuff going on down there, he is here to help later on. So you can email me your questions. We'll take your calls live. We'll take your texts live. Blah, blah, blah. But you should avail yourself of his wisdom when he's here. And you can leave us messages on the iHeartRadio app, too.
Hi, Alan. Yesterday, you guys were talking about the Lilith Fair, and it reminded...
This is that Shannon chick, yeah. She's got the foxiest voice.
I know, but she talks with a lot of spit.
A lot of spit?
I can hear it.
You know, we're all talking with spit, right?
But I can hear it.
Talking with spit on the Alan Cox Show.
Like
that should be worth a sizable donation.
Mm-hmm.
So do you.
No, I don't.
You go Bachelor. I was watching The Bachelor.
How long ago did I say that?
When you say a word, you spit all the time. Stop it.
Hi, Alan. Yesterday, you guys were talking about the Lilith Fair, and it reminded me that was the first concert I ever went to, and it was in 1999 at Blossom, and they also had a bunch of the people that you mentioned, but they also had the Dixie Chicks, and they gave away, in addition to nail files, condoms and flavored lubricants and all kinds of sexual paraphernalia that I had no need for, but I kept in a little hope chest for years under my bed.
Oh, boy, yeah. Well,
no one wants to touch my vagina.
Yeah. Dixie Chicks at the Lilith Fair throwing out condoms and lube. I don't know why, because that's a lot of lesbians at the Lilith Fair. Not sure why they were throwing out condoms. That is a very lesbian-heavy show. You talk to anybody who even worked at a venue when the Lilith Fair came through. Or if you attended, you know this. Because that's tailor-made for a crowd like that. Nothing wrong with it. Tailor-made. I wonder if she said she must be from here, but she sounds like every girl I used to go out with from Wisconsin. Is kind of that Wisconsin lilt to her voice. I don't know. Nothing wrong with that either, but. Alan, I'm literally working at JCPenney right now, packing orders to ship. Black Friday is mostly all online now. We still open at 5 a.m., but it is not the mad rush of the old days.
But Poundcake said it's still crazy, and people show up just to watch fights.
Well, a couple of people texted me, but they have doorbusters.
It's JCPenney. It's not, I'm talking, people aren't trying to get clothes. You can get those online. I'm talking about.
You can get anything online. That's the point.
Okay.
People are waiting in line there for profit, somebody says, on the item. They can get a $75 television and flip it for $300. Al and I have 100% gone out on Black Friday to people watch. Okay? Somebody else says this is currently happening with liquor. Go to a liquor store at 6 a.m., you'll see 40 people waiting to buy a $200 bottle of whiskey that they can flip for $400 because the supply is low. So, yeah, okay. That kind of, colors the picture a little bit more fully there.
Is it like one really rare whiskey, or is it like a really big bottle of Black Velvet?
I don't know.
It's like
they're saying you go to the Giant Eagle
barrel.
Liquor. Yeah.
You got a barrel of Black Velvet for $200.
Don't know. Yeah. Yeah.
I'll flip this online for $400.
And the stores aren't open 24/7 like they were prior to COVID. It used to be. I remember when I first moved to Cleveland, we lived in Tremont, And so I'd go to that Steel Yard Walmart. And the first time I went there at like 11:30 or something, and it was locked. And I was like, was there a bomb threat or something? What's going on? And somebody had to tell me that it wasn't. I'm like, I've never heard of a Walmart that closed. Every Walmart I ever knew was 24 hours. But then again, I wasn't super hip to what was going on down the Steel Yard either. I was brand new to town. And they were like, no, there's a reason we closed down. But I'm like banging on the door. I'm like, there's no cars out here.
Mm-hmm.
Some places, if they're open all night, they just have one set of doors open. So I walk my ass all the way down to like the garden side. They're like, no, we're closed. I'm like, I'd never heard closed in connection with a Walmart before.
People are so confused by the fact that we're on a radio station. Like we have a station that we share the studio with.
Why is that?
So there's a Christmas tree in here. Because one of the comments on the live stream was, Atheist Alan has a Christmas tree. And then another one was, a Christmas tree already? Seriously? Like, yeah.
By the way, a Christmas tree is not a celebration of religion.
I mean,
I mean, there are plenty of atheists that put up Christmas trees.
I love Christmas.
Yeah.
I don't care if that baby Jesus is real or not. It's a fun time.
I'm going to put Tiny Poundcake back in there. That's gonna be he's going to be my little Christmas present. Shannon's from Lorraine. She says, I'm sure Poundcake will love that in addition to my spitty voice. She's from your neck
I
of
like
the
your
woods.
spitty voice.
Yeah.
Keep that
There you
voice
go.
spitty.
She's a married woman. We have to respect that situation, at least publicly. Let me give you some money here. It's $1,000. Whatever kind of shopping you'll be doing, that should go a long way toward it. It's courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Deposit. That's deposit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Voicemails. You can leave those for us. I'm always interested why some people will leave, what compels somebody to leave a message on the app and on the phone.
They want to make sure you get it.
I mean, I get all of them. Right?
They want to make sure. I
spin the wheel, and then I pick one, and I play it. And whatever happens, happens. Let me spin the wheel.
Alan Cox, can you stop being a human devoid of emotion and projecting that onto your 7-year-old? The whole point of the movie Inside Out is that it's okay to feel sad or anger or any emotion that is not joy. That is the entire point of the movie. And so this new movie is introducing anxiety, and you're like afraid of your daughter to cry. It's okay to cry and feel sadness. So you're actually teaching her something as a parent. So maybe just sit down and watch the goddamn movie with her.
I guarantee this woman doesn't have kids. Those are usually the people that are telling you what to do with their kids. I'm not scared of my daughter crying. I said that inside my Inside Out, I've never seen. We were talking about Inside Out 2. They're adding a new character or whatever. They're adding anxiety. And I said, my daughter has never seen Inside Out. And no, I've never said there's anything wrong with it. By the way, I don't know where this devoid of emotion thing comes from with me. Everybody goes, well, just because somebody's not constantly screaming about how they feel all the time doesn't mean they don't feel anything.
I mean, you do kind of lean into...
I don't. It's just how I am.
You bring up that you're like, I don't have... Like, you joke about it.
I'm not like a sentimental I'm not a particularly emotional person. It doesn't mean that I don't have emotions. That's ridiculous. I was talking to my mom last night for her birthday. And when I talk to my mom, I have to carve out some time because I know we'll be talking for a while. And it was actually her birthday on Wednesday, but she was super busy. And so I said, well, I'll call you on Thursday. And so we talked for like an hour and 45 minutes. And we kind of got into that kind of thing because I was telling her about how I had a long kind of heart-to-heart with my son and blah, blah, blah. And she said, well, that's how we raised you guys, to be rational in the face of other people making emotions. You ever read any Rudyard Kipling? You ever read Kipling? There's a poem called Father's Advice to His Son. And part of it is, if you can keep your head when everybody around you is losing theirs, then you'll be a man, my son. Like, that's the gist of the poem. So just because I'm not constantly putting my emotions on display for everybody doesn't mean I don't have any. I'm sure we will watch Inside Out with my daughter. But all I hear about is how it makes adults blubber. So, of course, it's going to make a 7-year-old cry.
But it might not. But it might not.
It will. It will. She's an easy cry. It's not an easy cry. I shouldn't say that. She's relatively stoic, but, you never know what's going to make you. Listen, these movies are dopamine hits. Like, they are constructed to elicit those emotions from you.
And it's fun, and that's why people enjoy them. Like, if people didn't want to cry, they wouldn't keep putting these movies out. But people like the aspects of them that are funny, but they're emotional. They have a lot of balance to them.
The crying is a byproduct. I don't think anybody's going to see them because they know they'll cry.
But they want the emotional experience of going to the movie and having it be cute and funny and pulling your heartstrings.
That's what they do so well over there at Pixar. Yeah. Listen, it would probably be great if I cried more, right? I just am not a crier. I just never have been. I'm just not.
Let's try and make Alan cry. Poundcake, tell him a story. Like, what your saddest story. Tell him your saddest story.
I'm not telling my saddest story on the air.
Why not?
Does it involve a death?
No.
Tell me the saddest story you feel comfortable telling on the air.
I have to think about it. I don't know. I mean, my grandmother died of lung cancer. That's pretty sad. But I was 7, so I was, my mom kind of knew she was going to pass. So we got, like, my last memory of hers crawling up in her hospital bed and eating her cereal.
Well, my dad died, so I win that. Give me another one.
Your turn, Bill.
Okay.
This will be good.
Every week, I have to record the Weekend Cox, or do it live with Poundcake. And
Bill wins. Bill wins. He wins.
But what was the rest? What's the rest of it, Bill?
Just that
I've heard enough.
Yeah,
I've heard enough.
That I have to do a show with you.
You want to hear a sadder story?
Sure.
I had to record the Weekend Cox with Poundcake a while back.
Y'all ain't.
I can relate to that. I know the struggle.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's even sadder than that? The time he did it
by himself.
Hey, Alan.
Oh, Poundcake. We love you.
Mm-hmm.
No, I read an article earlier this week about how if you cry during movies, it actually means you're more emotionally well. Like, if you allow yourself to do that, and if people...
No, I think it's a perfectly natural response. Listen, I wasn't raised. There's this notion that somehow I'm a robot or whatever. I was never raised with my dad giving me the old men don't cry. Never. That wasn't it wasn't our house. But we were raised to put a lot of value in rational decisions, especially in because, like, emotional decisions, you make dumb ones. And so, in the face of difficult decisions to be made, take a deep breath and look at it rationally. That's how we were raised.
I see.
And so that's what I've tried to impart to my kids. Not to the exclusion of everything else, but like, hey, man, you make bad decisions when you make them out of emotion. So the more that you can remove that, at least in your decision making, you're going to be better. Oh, enough of this. You'll be better off. So your saddest story is that your grandmother died? With all due respect.
That's the one that I
You don't have like a bullying story where you like get really like I remember.
It's not really sad because I got back at all my bullies.
How?
I'm not gonna disclose
Boy, I never
that.
did. I never did. Yeah, he outed him. Like, yeah. Things kind of fell into Poundcake's lap probably with his bullies where he found out they were sus and he
you're not
doxed
gonna
them.
get that out of me.
Uh-huh.
But I will say I am not a crier during movies because that's all like manufactured. Just like what you said, Al. They want to get a reaction out of you, and I want to give them the satisfaction.
You cried listening to Celine Dion at a red light.
But they don't know that you're watching. But they don't know. Yes, it is. They don't know that you're watching the movie.
But it doesn't matter. It's supposed to be a cry movie, like The Fault in Our Stars and all that stuff. That is a crier movie. And Celine Dion's not trying to make you cry when she's singing It's All Coming Back to Me Now. It's supposed to be like it's supposed to make you feel a ways.
It's supposed to evoke emotion.
A wistful, romantic song. That's supposed to make you... It's not a banger. You're not jumping up and down and pumping your fist in the
you
air.
got me on that one. So it's not movies, it's music. Music does make me cry. music makes me cry. And then sometimes I don't even need anything at all. Just like I'll have a mental breakdown during a drive, and then I'll cry at the steering wheel. And like it gets me when I don't have to be provoked.
See, I like when because I can't just, like, I don't have, I mean, I'm going to be honest, not a lot about my life to cry about. I have a very good life.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't get emotional about that stuff, but I do like watching a movie that will evoke emotion, and I go, okay, I can let loose a little bit here. I mean, every once in a while there's something stressful in my life, but I don't have a lot to cry about my life.
I cry,
but I like when a movie will make me cry.
I cry mainly about other people in their situations.
Look at you, all
stood you up?
empathetic.
No, I'm like I cry that someone didn't get what I thought they deserved. Like they
like
should,
mean.
Yeah,
In a
like,
mean-
I'm
okay.
like, how is he, like, why?
Like karma?
Such a bitch.
Yeah, I'm like, he's such an awful person. Like, well, I don't understand why
And that makes you cry.
everyone else is struggling, and he just gets to succeed. And I'm like,
But that's like a momentary thing. That's not a big picture thing.
like, why did he not get into a car accident? Like,
But what if he gets
Why
into
did he not get it?
What if he gets into a car accident the next week?
Why didn't you hit him with your car?
Yeah.
You want him to get in a car accident, so
I don't want to get
bad.
involved. I
You,
just want the universe to
you
shift
can't have it. You can't leave that up to the universe.
That
if you
is.
want this guy to get into a car accident, you got to do your part.
Poundcake is not
Faith
ambitious.
without works is dead.
That's
bro.
right. He won.
Like, why doesn't this guy have a lot of back knee? I don't understand. Like, why is he thriving?
How do you know someone's back knee? You don't have back knee because you're not 12 and you take showers.
Some
That's
people
why.
have back knee.
Oh, please. Stop.
People that are on steroids.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Back
maybe
knee and
that's the
tiny
thing.
nuts.
Oh, so I didn't even think about it. Maybe he is getting his incoming karma. I just don't see. He's good at hiding it. I was
But like
crying
worrying
for no
about
reason.
somebody's karma, like, or somebody else's, like, that's such a wild
I'm like,
waste
oh,
of
he just got a promotion.
waste of energy. And
Just the amount of effort it takes to be dialed into what's even going on in other people's lives. Like, again, I have good friends. I don't know what's going on with them. I don't know if they got a promotion unless they tell me. How would you know if somebody got a promotion?
Because they post.
Oh, because you're on their socials all the time.
yeah,
I see.
he's stalking the people he doesn't like, and then crying about their life.
I'm a gatekeeper
Right.
of their karma. I just want to make sure that they get it.
But you have no control over it.
But if you're not willing to do the car crash,
That's right.
then you are not
I don't
doing
wanna
your
damage
job.
my car.
Bro,
Well, rent a
you
car.
said you want him to be in a car crash.
I said, why isn't he? I didn't say I wanted him to be. I said, why?
It seems like you're not really.
You're not committed to it.
Yeah, you're not committed to it.
Nope.
You want to make somebody's life bad? Make somebody's life bad. Don't leave it up to the universe.
Like, oh my gosh.
Get out there and do it.
I've seen him
The
step on-
universe has no interest in our lives whatsoever. It's purely random.
I don't know if I believe
You want to punish this guy?
You
Go
need
punish
to be
him.
the prime mover,
Yeah.
not the universe. Universe has no interest in us.
I see him walking down the street. I just step on a bunch of cracks. I'm like, all right, come on, get him. Wanted to break his back.
Is it supposed to? Is he your mom? What?
No.
What is the?
I'm willing it towards him. I just pushed the energy towards him.
Alan bullying. I thought Bill said he had a sad bowling story.
I did have a.
I bowled a 360, but then I
360 is impossible.
what's the top?
300.
Oh, sorry. I bowled a 300. No, he's so good he bowled a 360, but then he got hit in the parking lot. So that was his sad bowling story. I've got to take a break. Hey, Champions of Magic, how about that? They are an ensemble of illusionists, and they're coming to Cleveland. So if that is right up your alley, I'll have those passes for you after the break. Want to text for anything else, 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
There are rumors about something going on with our big boss here, something medical, a condition. Just rumors, but I have spies all around, and they've actually confirmed it.
It's confirmed?
It's confirmed, yes.
Micro penis?
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's Rover for the Bath Authority. Imagine a new upgraded
Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Give stuff away. Give stuff away. Wow.
All right, you want to go see the, hold on, I had it and then I lost it. Oh, there we go, the Champions of Magic. It's January 5th, 6th, and 7th down the street here at the Mimi, Ohio Theater at Playhouse Square. They've been referred to as the Avengers of Magic. I assume the Iron Man kind and not the Emma Peel kind. The only team of magicians in the world, original, phenomenal ensemble illusions. Right after the holidays. PlayhouseSquare.org. Got all the details for you. Last pair of tickets for you for the Champions of Magic. If you like that stuff, be caller 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If you can't beat them, join them. And if you can't join them, send a strongly worded letter asking why your application was rejected. Another helpful tip from the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I'll tell you what a show today. Not only is it the return of Dr. Ryan Bergland for our final installment of Is It Red of 2023. He'll be here later on to answer your weird crotch questions, guys. Maybe not weird. I mean, we talk to, women who have newborn sons. They have questions about circumcision. They have questions about vasectomies. Dr. Bergland performed mine. This tomorrow will be the 1-year anniversary of my vasectomy. I've neglected to get him a card. But hopefully a kind word will suffice.
A big, strong kiss will be just fine.
A big, strong one. Mm-hmm. Yeah, all right. Well, after a guy's had your balls in his hand, what are you going to do? You can't go skiing downhill. I mean, the only way to go is something. Not only that, but the Bill Squire Friday Get Down is how we know that the weekend is officially underway. There's no Cavs basketball tonight. That's tomorrow night. West Coast playing the Golden State Warriors. So we'll have Is It Red directly into the Bill Squire Friday Get Down towards the end of the show. Next week, if you like the band Dirty Honey, I've got tickets for you. They're doing December 9th at the House of Blues. I'm going to send you to the show, and I'll put you at the pre-show sound check party as well. I will have Cavs tickets for you for when the Lakers are in town. Bill, follow me here. There's a guy on the Lakers who used to play here. I'm told he's local. And the Saturday after Thanksgiving, the Louisiana Lakers will be here to play the Cavaliers.
Actually, Alan,
I'm sorry?
They're not from Louisiana.
Oh.
From a little further west.
Texas.
No.
Oh. Queensryche, I don't know who the hell is fronting Queensryche now. They had all that litigation years ago. It ain't Jeff Tate. He's doing his own thing. But Queensryche and Armored Saint, that's in April at the House of Blues. And if you're down with the band AJR, I know my older daughter used to be way into them. AJR is going to do the Romo Fijo end of June. So all those shows next week here on the program. I will be doing the Cox Out pregame, by the way, on Sunday. There's only a few left. Browns are in Baltimore playing the Ravens. We will pack the Parma Tavern on Sunday, starting around noon. We have prizes and money for you to win and the whole bit. So I'd love to see you out there. Whether or not your name is Mike. I've heard from a lot of Mikes from Parma. We have our primary Mike from Parma. We have our favorite, I shouldn't say favorite, our most prominent Mike from Parma.
I'll say favorite.
And so as a result, all these other guys will go, hey, I'm another Mike from Parma. And so if the Cox Out pregame on Sunday becomes a de facto meetup for the Mikes in Parma, I don't see any problem with that.
Afternoon, Bill from South Jersey. Hey, I've got a question that has absolutely nothing to do with any of the subjects discussed on the show today. Since Bill was in the Philippines, I'd like to know if he consumed a food called pagpag. I saw a documentary that talked about it, and I was just wondering if he was able to experience that for himself and if pagpag made him poo-poo. Talk to you later.
You ever heard of Pog Pog?
Pog Pod?
It's not like he was saying Pog Pog. Pogpog.
I have not heard of this food.
Pog Pog. Okay.
Pog.
Well, apparently he was
Pagpag.
watching a documentary and.
Well, Pog Pog just says it's leftover food. I've never heard this term before.
Oh, okay.
But it says Pog Pog is the Tagalog term for leftover food from restaurants.
Oh, it's just a fancy word for leftovers.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely.
Oh, okay. You've definitely eaten like leftover.
I think
what,
this is more
Chihuahua
like the
or something?
spoiled stuff that is like thrown out. That like poor people would eat. So no, I never consumed Pog Pog. I ate balut.
What is balut?
That's the.
I thought that was the bear from the Jungle Book.
No, that's balut.
Oh.
But balut is it's like a 18-day-old duck egg. So the duck's like partially formed in there, and then you cook it. And
How
then
partially?
I mean, there's bones.
Oh.
But they're soft.
Yeah.
You cook it so they get all soft, so you can just kind of pop the whole thing. It tastes like a hard-boiled egg kind of.
But why not wait for it to either become a chicken?
That's just how they do it.
Oh, okay. They want to cause problems along the way. They're like, we got to get this further in the gestational period. Regional culinary differences are fascinating to me, because it's just based on what these people in whatever part of the world had around. So like if you're a traveler in other parts of the world, things that seem unpalatable, you go, well, this is like a national treasure. This is a delicacy or whatever.
Yeah,
because it's what there was around.
Go to YouTube.
Peasant food in a lot of places.
Go to YouTube and search balut, B-A-L-U-T, and you can see what it looks like. You like crack the top of it, then you drink the juice out of it, and then you.
Oh, it's a full-on bird, homie.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't like a developing animal. It's a full-on bird.
No, it's like 8. Yeah.
Oh, right. Balut. Well, there it is.
The key was to not look at it.
It looks like a pterodactyl.
Well,
Poundcake's
some
mom
believe
would
it
eat
was.
this. Yeah, I guess so. All right.
Yeah, it's a wild thing, but the Filipinos would go crazy if you ate it. So if you ate it, they'd be like, "Oh my God, he's doing it."
Why? Because they were used to it, but you were a tourist.
Yeah, because they're like, "I can't believe a white person's eating this." They never seen. First of all, most of them have never seen a white person before. And then
so everything you did was amazing,
right? But when you would like eat their food and then also not be grossed out by it, like I wasn't grossed out by it. I would eat it and it was fine. Like it tasted fine.
But I wonder why.
I don't know.
I wonder why they let it develop that far along.
Mm-hmm.
They say it's as casual as ice cream on a hot summer day in the Philippines.
Yep.
And
it's as common as ketchup on a hot dog. That shouldn't be
pop
common.
in your mouth.
I'm like watching shorts on YouTube, and people are just pulling out the little bird fetus, like, ah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. Like, doesn't it have bone
Filipino
in there?
street food.
But it's like soft because it's not developed fully yet, so you can just chew right through it.
So it's like the
You don't
veal
even-
of bird.
I mean, I never like it wasn't crunchy or anything.
Dude, this is crazy. Do they put a special sauce or something in it?
Then you put a little salt on it. But
Wow.
it tastes like broth with the juice that's in it because
Is it
cooks
salty?
in it. Not really. I mean, that's why you put salt on it to give it a little bit more.
I see.
But it tastes kind of like the mix between a piece of chicken and a hard-boiled egg.
It says balut is to the Philippines what hot dogs are to America. Wow. The late night snack of choice. So they have like Balut Hut. You can call them up, and the little guy comes over on the moped and delivers it.
I mean, anytime I got it, it was just somebody selling it on the side of the street. Like it wasn't like they didn't sell this at a fast food restaurant. Like Jollibee didn't have balut.
Some say it's an aphrodisiac. I love how the best way to get people to eat something disgusting is to tell them it's an aphrodisiac.
But it tastes good.
It's a great way to
Telling you.
sell stuff. It might give you a boner. Oh, because everybody's terrified about not getting boners. Eat this half-developed chicken. Give you boners.
Some people are just okay with like not getting boners. They're not afraid. They're like, no, I don't get boners. It's okay.
Yes, 80-year-old men. Not young-ish dudes. Are you okay with not getting boners? Oh boy.
No, I get boners.
You what?
No, I get boners.
But are you okay with not getting them?
I guess I have to face reality if it happened, but like when I was on medication.
I was going to
okay.
say, a lot of people who are on medication, I mean, that's a side effect of the medication. So you're trading, I mean, that's the big irony there, right? Like you feel better, you're kind of more leveled out, just can't get it up.
And now that I think about it, I was still getting it up, but I just couldn't finish. So that was different.
Well, that's no fun either.
Yeah, it wasn't fun. It was literally just like keep the never-ending story.
And
like
it's edging forever.
Like I was like, oh my gosh, I'm
edge of tomorrow.
But now, I guess my medication knew something I didn't because now that's a thing. Now they've always had like little penis cages. Like I don't know what to call them. Like they're like
the chastity cages.
Yeah, chastity cages.
Yeah, and they do that. And I was talking to a dude, and he's just like, sorry, I didn't mean to get you off track.
No, it's all right. I mean,
but like he was literally saying, he's like, I love being horny. It turns me on. And I'm like, being horny turns you on? I'm like, yeah.
Not being able to finish is what he's into.
I was like, I'm just so old fashioned. Back in my day, we used to, let it rip.
In my day,
these kids these days, they just want to just be horny and then go to sleep. And they're like, oh, wow, just the thought of being horny just makes me horny. But you don't finish.
Back in my day, 2010.
Like, that's frustrating to me. I want to finish. I don't want to just be horny and that be, like, the thing. Like, that's not the end game. I don't want to be horny and then that's it.
It's like having tantric sex.
But, like, that's beautiful. If just the idea of being horny makes you horny, then you're in a constant horny loop, and you can just like, I like being horny. Now I am horny.
I don't know.
Horny loop is at the House of Blues tomorrow night, by the way.
Yeah, he's like, I just like staying horny and just like being walking around my house being horny, and then, you're just horny all day. I'm like, so you just don't want to release?
Well, because I kind of understand, because when you finish, you're done for a bit, depending on how quickly you can rebound. But when you're done, you're done. And so it's like to not be done for a long time. That's a great thing. That's pretty wild. That's all right.
Yeah, because we were talking.
Sting's out there doing it.
Yeah, we were talking dirty, and he is just like, yeah. He's like, being horny really turns me on. I'm like, I thought he was just talking. That's what I'm saying. I thought he was just talking stupid.
Are you talking to AI? Because this doesn't sound like the way a human actually talks.
Worse than AI, a 23-year-old. So I'm like, oh, God. I was like, I can't do it.
So his intelligence is artificial.
I can't do it with you youngins anymore. Being horny really turns me on. And I thought he was just talking, he was in a froth, and he was just saying stupid stuff.
Horny turns me on.
Being horny turns me on.
Yeah. And I was just like, being horny turns you on.
Is this the first time he's been horny? And that's why he's like, this is crazy. I've never been horny before. It's really turning me on.
You ever heard of these things called hormones? It's amazing. I'm hitting puberty at 30.
I took a big old swaller out of it, and I was like, uh-oh.
23. Even better. Puberty at 23.
Yeah, no. So that was an experience. I learned something new, because I asked him to clarify, because I thought he just, again, was in a froth, and he just like mistyped. And then he's like, oh no. He's like, I love it. I just love being horny. It's just like my favorite thing. And, I just get to walk around and just be horny and then go to sleep, and then you wake up horny. I'm like, wow. So you're essentially blue balling yourself for fun. Like that used to be a thing back in the day. No one wanted to get blue balled. Now, this generation, you want to talk about
blue balls isn't a thing, so.
It is a thing.
No, it's not.
Dr. B will clarify it for you.
He has told us that it is a thing.
I don't remember that.
Although I do prefer the old-timey term lover's nuts. I just think it's funnier. That's me. Alan, Pog is scavenged food that has been sitting in the trash and heat all day, gaining bacteria. It's collected, cleaned, and then fried in a wok-like bowl as street food. The premise, allegedly, is that the heat from the frying will kill the bacteria. Somebody other than me can test that theory, though.
Bruh.
Well, that sounds about the same as leftovers, right? Like if you...
Yeah, but if it's sitting in the heat outside, like leftovers, the idea is you're going to get it home and put it in a fridge, and
how do you spell
that's different than being outside in the Philippines heat and humidity. Blech.
Right.
How do you spell it, Bill?
Pog or balut?
Pog. I saw balut.
What is it?
P-O-G.
G-A-G-P-A-G, right?
Yeah, P-A-G-P-A-G.
Okay, I thought I was spelling it wrong. Okay.
Hey, Alan, congrats to your Bears on a win last night over the Panthers.
Yes.
Double good for you because you get the Panthers' top draft pick next year. And I'm going to give you a quiz like you guys have been doing to Poundcake this week. In the past month or so that Justin Fields has been out, name the Bears' starting quarterback. You can't use Google.
That's
this is
easy.
the honor system. We know
Who's
you won't
playing?
cheat. If you get it right, then I'll pay you $1 million from your own bank account. If you get it wrong, you have to pay my student loans. Just how it goes. Also, unrelated, but if you could let Bill know that the character from A Christmas Story is Scut Farkas, not Scott. We don't know why, but it's Scut. And if you could go by William Scut Squire from now on. Love you.
I can.
Love Fridays. Don't really like Rebecca Black. Bye.
Oh no! Again, this has become the accidental. It's quickly becoming a ritual at Casa Cox in the morning as Gwen tells Alexa to play this to get my daughter out of bed. And it's such a ridiculous song that you can't help but, I mean, the entire song, you know. When she sings the calendar, you know, Thursday and then Friday and then it's Saturday. I was explaining to my daughter on the way to school.
Wait. You got to answer the question.
Tyson Bagent. I mean,
Okay,
this is
there
the
you
guy, yeah. Who, by the way,
$1 million.
has been killing it. And this kid came out of nowhere. This was a kid like nobody wanted. I think his dad is like a professional arm wrestler or something. But he beat Bryce Young last night. That dude went first in the draft overall. And yeah, I think this kid has got something. I like seeing him play.
He was,
I was going back and forth.
Division II.
Yes.
Like he wasn't
like
even.
Springfield College or something. Yeah.
It's a crazy story.
Yep. But I dig him. I like what he seems to be doing. I mean, for the Blackhawks, we got that Connor Bedard. He hit some friggin' record last night or something. He went first, too. Blackhawks grabbed him because they're terrible, too. He's 18 years old. And they were playing the Lightning last night. And Blackhawks win. And Connor Bedard is the youngest player to score 4 points in a game since 1944. So he's kind of coming as advertised. They're like, you know, he's another one of these Mario Lemieux types, like Sidney Crosby, once in a generation type talent. So, yeah, the Bears game was great. I was very excited to see that.
Shepherd College is where he went.
Shepherd College. They also said they confirmed that Dick Butkus died from a stroke. He died a few weeks back, and they never said why. He died in his sleep, and he had a stroke, I guess, and that's why he died. But anyway, what's the Scott thing?
I guess
he was talking about
Scut Farkas, not Scott
Scott.
Farkas. I guess
From
so.
A Christmas Story.
Yeah,
is what we're talking
Scott.
about. I don't know what is Scut.
Apparently, that's his name.
Okay,
I don't know.
We had Peter Billingsley in here yesterday, who was Ralphie, because they've got that fan expo over the weekends. Today, tomorrow, and Sunday, the Greater Cleveland Film Commission is doing it. And so if you miss any of that, because people were coming up to me all morning going, that Peter Billingsley interview was awesome. And I was like, yeah, he was great. I'd never met him before, but we have mutual friends, and he was awesome. And I guess, so you asked him about Scott Farkas, I guess. Scott Farkas.
Yeah.
When we were talking to anyway.
Because they got in that fight, and right before the fight, he's all worked up and on his way to tears, or he might have even been crying a bit. And I'm always impressed by a child actor that can get into that headspace.
Yeah.
So I just was curious about that. Like if you know, how he got there, and it was just, he was able to work himself up, and it wasn't like they come over and say, you're a piece of garbage, you little stupid kid.
By the way, on the subject of A Christmas Story, I got a notification. We were talking to him yesterday and the fan expos this weekend, but they're putting, because next weekend is the 40th anniversary of A Christmas Story, they're putting it back in theaters. So if you want to see it on the big screen, they're going to be showing it, I think Crocker Park, I think the Cedar Lee.
You should go see it with Nora.
With Nora?
Yeah.
It's December 10th and December 13th. Usually they run these kinds of things.
I saw it in the theater probably 5 or 6 years ago, and I had never seen it in the theater, and it was really fun to go and watch it in the theater, and just, I took my kids, and we had
Maybe
laughs.
I will. Yeah, when they put these older movies back in the theaters, they'll usually do like a Sunday and a Wednesday, and that's what they're doing with this. So if you're a fan of that movie and you've never seen it in the big screen, look for it. But me and Bill talking to Peter Billingsley yesterday, that is at alancoxshow.com. I have to break here. I will have Hassan Minhaj tickets for you. He is on his Off With His Head tour. That'll bring him to Playhouse Square. If you're a fan of his, I'll hook you up after the break. And then another $1,000. The next keyword to grab a grand from the Buzzard bookie. That is on the way at 4:30.
$300 instant gift for pillows and more. Plus, get your new bed with free and fast delivery. Don't miss the Black Friday sale at Mattress Firm.
Nancy Grace here, host of Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. Every day on Crime Stories, we shine a light on missing people, especially children, seeking justice for victims of violent crime. Crime Stories is the only daily podcast bringing listeners the latest breaking crime and justice news. Every day is a mission, another chance to help crime victims and bring criminals to justice. Listen to Crime Stories with Nancy Grace on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, comedian Hassan Minhaj is on the road. He's no longer the front runner for the Daily Show gig, given all the mishigas over the past year or so with him and his act. But you can see what he does best. The Off With His Head tour is coming to Cleveland Saturday, December 2 at the State Theater over here at Playhouse Square. You can go to playhousesquare.org for the details. Caller 10, you'll get my last pair of tickets this week. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
These days, you have a million ways to entertain yourself.
Are you not entertained?
This one just puts entertain in air quotes.
I am not entertained.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Are off tonight. They're on the West Coast tomorrow night. 8:30 is when they will play the Golden State Warriors. 8 o'clock here on MMS and the iHeartRadio app is when your pregame coverage will begin. As a result, we won't be doing 2 hours to midnight tomorrow night. It's our Saturday Night Metal show. 8:30, a little late in the evening for basketball. So we will return, me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler, next Saturday night. I was reading a thing, 7 in 10 people in this country, obviously, are for legal pot. You know, now about half the union has passed these ballot initiatives. And this has changed, of course, over the past couple of decades. The real push for marijuana legislation came when your grandma and grandpa started smoking it for their cataracts back in the day. Because that's a huge voting block, older people. So when they softened on something like marijuana, that's when things really got rolling. And it's just gone from there. So Ohio becoming the 24th state to vote to legalize recreational marijuana. The other 30% say, obviously, it should remain illegal. But support has pretty much stayed around 65, 70% for the past few years. So it hasn't really moved up or down. But despite that, the GOP in Ohio has made it very clear, screw you guys. They said it before with respect to issue 1 and issue 2. They basically said, screw you. Whatever happens, we're going to figure out a way to undermine it or drag it out. A Republican representative in North Dakota has urged authorities in Ohio to, quote, ignore the results of Tuesday's election by a big margin. People in this state, in urban and rural counties, by the way, voted to support issue 1, which unbelievably is controversial, whether or not to let women make their own reproductive decisions. In this country in 2023, that's still a wedge issue, but not as much as you might think. But guys like Mike DeWine and the people running the Ohio Senate, they have said even before all this, well, if they pass, we'll just figure out a way to get around that, essentially. And so some guy from North Dakota named Brandon Pritchard on Twitter basically said that the legislature in Ohio which is unbelievably gerrymandered, the state, by the way. So just the sheer number of progressive voters who had to show up to make that kind of dent in a gerrymandered state. This guy says, well, that should just be ignored. Figure out how to do away with it. Mike DeWine said, well, I get that people want what they want. And at least he has said that he'll adhere to, that vote, but they want another constitutional amendment. It's either just going to keep figuring out other ways to do so that would require another statewide vote. So that would require us going back to the polls in March. I don't know why they think people are going to stop going to vote.
Right.
You can keep doing this 100 times. And what's the old line about the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. That's what this is them going, no, I think we've really got something here. This deeply unpopular opinion that we've strapped ourselves to, like Slim Pickens in Strangelove. We're going to keep going to the mat for that. Tomorrow's Veterans Day. And whether you're related to a veteran, if you are a veteran, my dad was a vet. I have a lot of family members who are vets. You hear a lot of talk about Veterans Day and it's always framed by the past. Because, if you have parents and grandparents and sons and daughters and siblings, who fought and died in these past operations for centuries. We even have an advertiser running an ad talking about, it's all about Veterans Day. And he's like, anybody fighting the threats that continue to endanger our democracy, and that's meant to elicit a thought of threats from outside. But a lot of those calls are coming from inside the house now, if you pardon the pun. It's not just, they swear an oath, right? Threats foreign and domestic. A lot of domestic threats. And it's not unprecedented in this country, by the way. When people, you talk to people who think that everything that's happening now, because it's happening over the course of your life, that it's never happened before, which is why history is so important. And why so many people on the right want to whitewash history. They know how important it is. And they know a lot of it ain't pretty. But to be aware of what that entails, the good, the bad, and the ugly, is the only way to make informed decisions. The late 30s, the American Nazi Party filled Madison Square Garden. 20,000 people who were definitely down with what Hitler was doing in Europe. So it's not, if you see all the wildness that's going on, it's not unprecedented. But when we talk about Veterans Day, you have to ask what constitutes a worthy cause. Because I guess we always have money for war. Always have money for war. So when the Ohio Senate goes, you know what, we're going to look into, they come up with all kinds of nonsense about how, well, people were misled and we were outspent, which has nothing to do with how people vote. I mean, it's instrumental in getting the word out, but there are just as many people who ignore those things as otherwise. They know what they're for and what they're against, the electorate. So, you hear people talking about, we've got money for Israel and Ukraine. Because, we always find money for that. Always find money for war. And they go, we are the most powerful nation in history. Not just the most powerful nation on the planet, the most powerful nation in history. But if you talk about giving people health care, all of a sudden we are uniquely powerless. We have no power at all, right? I mean, war funds come from us. We pay for that. But a huge number of bankruptcies in this country are from medical debt. So if the argument is that, single payer health care or whatever would bankrupt us, how are we not going to be bankrupted by paying for 2 wars or all this other stuff? It's just weird. So that's what I think of when we talk about Veterans Day, which you should absolutely. I think this came from, I was reading a thing this morning, it said that young veterans are the most uncomfortable when someone thanks them for their service. Younger men and women who serve. They're like, I don't care for it.
Yeah.
I think older ones, World War II, I don't think many of those people are still around, but those people were a little bit more, they don't want to talk about it, but they appreciated they appreciated kind of that ritual of doing that. But a lot of younger, over the past couple of generations, a lot of younger veterans are like especially uncomfortable with that whole thank you for your service thing.
One of my best friends, he was in the Army, and he used to get it all the time too. He would hear, "Oh, thank you for your service," and he's like, he like cringes. He doesn't know what to say. He's like, "You're welcome."
Well, it's also because I don't think people know what to say. So thank you for your service became, you really do want to say something. You know, you've done something that the majority of people have opted not to do.
Mm-hmm.
And so you want to say something. You want to recognize it.
Well,
I don't know what the alternate, like I don't do that just because I know it makes veterans uncomfortable. I don't do that. But it's like you want to say something. Fist bump them. What do you do? High five them?
I mean, if I think they're cute, I'll buy them a coffee. Like if I'm in line somewhere and they're one time there was.
Do you say you're going to be thanking me for my service in about 3 hours?
No, I was behind a line of officers at Chipotle one time, and they were cute. They looked nice in uniform, and I was just like, "Hey, they, put their burritos or whatever on me," and they all kind of turned and looked, and they were like, "Oh, thanks, man, whatever." And
Poundcake's like, "That's not what I meant when I
He's
said
like, "No, I meant you have to eat them off of me."
And I was like,
when I said put your burritos on me, that's not what I meant.
Try the old burrito trick, like a popcorn bucket.
Yeah.
Everyone in line
Why is it wrapped in foil?
Everyone in line probably thought I was the biggest narc in the world because I was like, "Oh yeah, thank you guys for your service." Meanwhile, I was just horny for them in their uniform. But
it was Fleet Week.
They got a free burrito out of me, and
but that's
my
nice.
equivalent.
That's nice.
But I never say Happy Veterans Day, Happy Memorial Day. I know that's probably not the standard.
Well, no, you're not supposed to say Happy Memorial
But
Day.
there are people that do that. They'll put it on,
Well, this is why understanding history is so
They
important.
treat it like the 4th of July. They'll put an American flag and fireworks. I'm like, ugh.
Yeah.
I don't put any of that stuff on social media because
you bought him all coffee and burritos.
No, it was.
He's like, "I like my coffee like I like my man. Lots of milk."
Yeah, that was like a $50, $60 thing because he was like, "I'm gonna get guac and chips if that's okay." I was like, "You can."
They start double meating it.
Yeah. Well, no, because they had already ordered, and the one guy was at the end of the line.
60 potatoes, 60 pies, 60. 55 pies.
He's like, "You don't have to do that. I was gonna get guac and chips." I'm like, "You get whatever you want."
55 freedoms, 55 services in our country, 55 tours of Iraq.
Oh God. Yeah.
Yeah, I was a little.
America first! America first! What the hell, man? Dude, America first!
I look like an informant.
To all of you, let me explain one day.
Why does that make you look like?
55 tacos, 55 pies, 55 sauce, 100 tater tots, 100 pizzas, 100 tenders, 100 meatballs, 100 coffees, 55 wings, 55 cakes, 55 pancakes.
55 pancakes.
It was such a brown nosing thing to do. Like that.
Do you know what a narc is?
Yeah, a snitch.
Oh, he knows what a
I know
narc
what a narc is.
But
what would that have to do with it?
Yeah,
Like,
what are you snitching on? They're not the police. They're not investigating Americans.
They weren't the police. These were police officers.
Well, I'm talking about veterans.
We're talking about veterans.
I understand, but in this particular instance, the only time
Okay, well, you made it seem like you were doing this for veterans, not for.
No, they were police officers. They were in uniform.
That's not what we're talking about. I'm not talking about cops. I'm talking about people that. You understand that that's a different thing, right?
Yes, I do, but some of them have served. But I'm just
yes,
saying,
but that's not what we're talking about. I mean, that's.
I haven't seen a guy come into uniform like in their military uniform in a Chipotle.
I thought you were talking about dudes during Fleet Week. I thought it was a bunch of guys.
Oh hell no, that's expensive. I'm not buying a whole crew.
Right, but even if it was like 2 guys in their fatigues,
these were like 3,
2 or 3 guys, whatever it was. That's one thing, but you bought for cops. That has nothing to do with Veterans Day.
Well, whatever.
He's trying.
It has nothing to do with veterans.
Whatever.
They're
Like
there to
he's
protect and
trying to
serve.
spotlight his good deeds, is what he's doing there.
But he didn't do it because he's a good person. He did it because they were attractive.
They were hot cops.
Yeah.
Ironically, it turns out they were all strippers on their way to a bunch of different parties. So that was just wasted money. I have $1,000 here for you. Give it to whomever you like, or sock it away for yourself, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Did you see what just happened?
No.
Okay, so this guy comes over and he gets like right by the window and he's looking at us and kind of trying to get our attention. And then he like, walks back over. Now he's standing with his wife, and his wife's like, "What are you doing over there? Why are you going to see that?"
People don't realize there's so much glare for us. We can barely see what's happening out there. So when people come up,
yeah, now, I can see him just fine, but also we're doing a show, so I can't just be like, "Hey, bud," but. It was just like the way that his wife was yelling at him as he walked back was quite funny.
Yeah. Right. Al on the left is more against history with statues and Nazis. Yeah, we are very much against Nazis. Sorry about that. The statues, yeah, I think that's kind of silly. I get where it's coming from.
But the statues that were taken down were put up for Confederates as a way to intimidate people.
To intimidate, right, yeah, families of slaves and people of color and things like that. I got no problem with that. That's not, by the way, that's not erasing history. People who are trying to ban books and things like that, that's trying to whitewash history. You know, Republicans who are like, slaves learned a valuable trade. You know, that's trying to completely retcon things that happened. Taking down statues doesn't erase those people from history. It's not Quantum Leap.
The way we were taught about
nice try
the colonization of America is erasing history, where we weren't taught how things actually went with the natives that were here.
Alan, I'm a vet. It comes down to being drafted or not. To me, a true veteran got drafted. All the rest of us volunteered. Listen, I guess that's a distinction without a difference, and I'll let you make that one. But I think anybody who served, boy, I mean, me being born kept my dad from going to Vietnam because he had gotten his papers. But I was a giant baby, and I was an emergency C-section, and in the early 70s, that was major surgery. It might still be considered that. But my dad had his papers to go to Nam, and me being born kept him from going. So I might have grown up without a dad. I don't know. Now, it didn't, you know, I used to throw that at him all the time when I wanted the keys to the car, and it never worked.
Well, you don't have a dad now, so boom.
Right. Alan, Vietnam vets really like being thanked now because initially they were spit on. Yeah, it was not coming back home and they're yelling baby killer at you and all. Yeah. So I saw Rambo. Hey, if you listen to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where you're doing that. If it's from out of state, you can always leave us messages there too. Brad listens in Fort Mill, South Carolina. Mike's one of our bureau chiefs in Seattle. Todd's in Phoenix. Clay is in Miami. Moop listens in Severna Park, Maryland.
Word to the wise, I just want to let the audience and everybody know cocaine can stay in your system longer than 3 days. It can stay in your system up to 3 weeks. I mean, it just depends on how much you do, really. If you do like one night, it's going to be out your system in like 3-4 days. But if you do it like every night for a while, it's going to be in there a while. You're going to go to jail or lose your job or something because you would thought you was slick. And you wasn't.
I think it is currently in his system now. Is that the uncompetable guy? Is that the same dude?
Maybe.
Uncompetable.
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 I love it. You thought you was slick and you wasn't.
That's very funny.
Yeah.
You was slick and you wasn't.
Uh-huh. You thought you was slick and you wasn't. All right, I got to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192 to do that, AlanCoxShow.com if you want to watch, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
I'm going to evacuate the studio. I'm not even kidding.
And Alan Cox.
Nobody wanted to give Butley Forge Knobber the time of day, but we did.
You're up and home of the Cavaliers.
This is Cavaliers guard Karis LeVert on 100.7 WMMS.
Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Rover. For the Bath Authority, imagine a new, upgraded bathroom without the hassle of a lengthy renovation. A better bath awaits you with the Bath Authority. They make it possible with custom-made bathtubs, walk-in showers, and walk-in tubs. Available in a huge selection of styles, colors, and finishes, so you can get exactly what you want and you don't have to wait. Plus, right now, you can get a new bath installed in as little as 1 day for just $99 a month. Call 216-220-8399. 216-220-8399. The Bath Authority, 216-220-8399. $9.99.
This is Mike D'Amato from Nissan in North Olmsted and I-90 Nissan. On November 11th, we'll commemorate Veterans Day, a day for all of us to take a few moments to truly appreciate the sacrifices of the men and women who serve our country, who put their lives on the line to keep us safe at home and abroad. History decides the worth of wars and battles, but the value of people who fight for what we believe in to be right is absolutely immeasurable. Anyone who has worn the uniform, anyone helping to keep peace around the world and right here at home, anyone fighting the seemingly endless threats that continue to endanger our democracy, anyone who has willingly placed themselves in danger to protect our lives and our way of life, anyone who is a veteran deserves our deepest appreciation and a moment to acknowledge what they've done for us, what they continue to do for us, and for us to say thank you. From everyone at Nissan in North Olmsted and I-90 Nissan to all the veterans, please accept our heartfelt gratitude for your service and your sacrifice. Thank you.
The leaves are changing. Thanksgiving is just around the corner. And you know what that means? It's time to start making your list and checking it twice. Pro tip, if you're planning to propose this holiday season, it's time to design the perfect ring now. Every Diamonds Direct engagement ring is handcrafted to perfection, which takes time. So don't wait. Start designing your dream ring today. Our experts will make you feel at ease as they educate and guide you to create that one-of-a-kind ring you're envisioning. Our industry-leading warranties will give you total confidence. And as always, our nationwide price guarantee will ensure you get the very best value. Plus, Diamonds Direct has a gift even Santa can't beat. Buy any natural diamond at Diamonds Direct and get a 14-karat gold solitaire setting free. Beat the rush, shop in November, and make this holiday season one to remember. Diamonds Direct, near Beechwood Mall at the corner of Richmond and Cedar Road. Proud to call the 216 home. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Hurry into the Ram Black Friday sales event for great deals on the trucks that give you all the power you need and all the luxury you could ask for. Well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2024 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4 for $379 a month for 39 months with $4,035 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-877-RAM-5722 for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Ally Financial. Extra charge for miles over 32,500. Not all lessees will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 11:30.
Cleveland Tool & Cutter invites you to our fall open house and sale Friday and Saturday, November 10th and 11th. Special pricing and demos from the best in woodworking tools and machinery. Cleveland Tool & Cutter, Route 82 and Foltz Parkway in Strongsville. CLEtool.com.
Do you hear that? That's the sound of holiday joy at the Home Depot, where you can find everything you need to get ready for the holiday season, like all new festive outdoor decor. Spread more joy this season with holiday decor that is uniquely you, like our new 3.5-foot Santa and Elf inflatable, each just $19.98. Available in-store and online. Get holiday ready right now at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Cleveland Clothing has got your orange and brown gear for football season. Tees, hoodies, and headwear perfect for tailgating all the way to game time. And your only spot to get official Buzzard merch. Use the promo code GRAVY for 20% off now through the end of November. ClevelandClothing.com.
When my daughter gets a cold, I have a secret weapon. Dayquil Kids Berry from Vicks. Dayquil Kids is specially formulated to treat kids' most bothersome cold and cough symptoms quickly. And the best part is that Dayquil Kids Berry tastes really great. Aren't you supposed to be resting? Maybe.
Dayquil Kids Berry. The kids' berrylicious daytime congestion, coughing, stuffy head, stuffy nose, just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6 years plus.
Some intimate parts need the gentle, easy trim of a Gillette trimmer. And some need the closeness and comfort of a Gillette Intimate razor. While others need a Gillette Anti-Chafe Stick. Gillette Intimate, the best a man can get, down there. Buy now.
While other apps are raising the price to stream music, podcasts, and more of what you love, your iHeartRadio app is still 100% free. So put your credit card away and download the free iHeartRadio app for access to all the music, radio, and podcasts you love. free never sounded so good.
When you switch to Boost Mobile, you can get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G and a pretty powerful way to get after it.
Like me, Tusi, a man who fell in love with music and fell on hard times. From writing songs in my room to sitting on top of the charts. All because I made poetry out of pain and always knew I'd be on the stage singing your favorite song.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone on America's largest 5G networks.
Boost Mobile. Get after it.
New customers only. Taxes extra. One device per line. 5G not available everywhere. Other restrictions apply.
This is your Friday Sports Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks.
Week 10 of the NFL on Sunday with a full slate of games, including an international game in Frankfurt, Germany. It's the Colts and the Patriots. Over-under is 43 points. An AFC showdown in Cincinnati between the Bengals and the upstart Houston Texans. Joe Burrow and the Bengals, a 6.5-point home favorite over C.J. Stroud and the Texans. In Tampa, Will Levis and the Titans taking on Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers. The Bucs, a 1-point home favorite. In Dallas, an NFC East showdown between the Cowboys and Giants. Dak Prescott and the Cowboys, a 17-point home favorite. It's Week 10 in the NFL. Signature bets, single game parlays, build your own parlays. Lots of ways to take action.
BetMGM is the king of sportsbooks. Download the app today and use code MINUTE. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to have fun and play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Order a Roman burger or any sandwich and get the McNugget Bud for just $1. Wait, did I just say $1? Now that's a deal. Again, that's a McNugget Bud for just $1 with the purchase of a sandwich.
I crave the hero.
What's better than giving a gift everyone wants? Getting free gas and groceries by earning perks on gift cards purchased at Giant Eagle, Market District, and GetGo. Choose from hundreds of gift cards to make everyone merry and your holidays magical.
Hey guys, it's Mary with some fantastic news for my fellow steak lovers. Carne asada is back at Chipotle. This tender, juicy, hand-cut steak is seasoned to perfection with cumin, oregano, and coriander, and then finished with fresh lime and cilantro. I tried it on my go-to bowl, and the way it mixed with my favorite ingredients like the fajitas, combined with how easy it was to order in the app, has me craving to try it again. But this time I'm thinking a burrito. Chipotle's Carne asada is available in all U.S. and Canada Chipotle restaurants, but it's only here for a limited time. So get to your nearest Chipotle restaurant or order in the Chipotle app or at Chipotle.com.
Traffic. From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, if you were injured on the job, call the attorneys at Elk and Elk, 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Currently, the 480 eastbound express lanes on the Valley View Bridge closed because of a vehicle fire. Traffic is being diverted at I-77 to the 480 eastbound local lanes, tying up traffic. The Crocker Road southbound entrance ramp to 90 East still closed because of a semi-truck rolled over. Elsewhere, Denison and West 60th, Superior and East 26th Street. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Dunkin'. 'Tis the season of holiday gatherings. Light up everyone with a box of a dozen Dunkin' Donuts. From sprinkled and powdered to frosting galore. You'll have everyone's fave in one festive box, including yours. Save time and order ahead on the app. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
He's a Satanist where they sacrifice babies and melt those babies into candles.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com for all the other stuff. Who's helping out again today? Buck Nuggington. Thank you so much. Dr. Ryan Bergland will join us in about a half an hour. He'll spend about the last 40 minutes of the show with us, a couple of segments, taking your questions, your texts, your calls, for a segment we call Is It Red? We've done it for many, many years now. And he's a surgical urologist from the Cleveland Clinic. And he comes by to answer questions that guys might have about maybe some strange goings-on down there in the strike zone. That's his area of expertise. And he's tops in his field. So if you have a question you want to email me, you can certainly do that. I have an Is It Red file in my email. Sometimes people will write me randomly and they'll say, hey, next time Dr. Bergland's on, could you ask him this? And I'm happy to do it. Otherwise, calls live, text live, we'll take those for you too. And then, of course, the Bill Squire Friday Get Down is ahead of you as well. Cavaliers are off tonight. They'll play tomorrow night, West Coast. 8:30 is the tip-off against the Golden State Warriors. They'll head over to Sacramento, play the Kings on Monday. And I don't think they're back until next Friday night. They're going up to Portland on Wednesday. They'll be back to play Detroit. In-season tournament game. So they're just random. These don't happen all in quick succession?
No, so there's the pool games, and those are on Tuesdays and Friday nights.
I see.
And those count towards the seeding for the knockout round.
Mm-hmm.
That's coming.
All right. Well, oh, hey, what's up?
What's going on?
Hey, it's our big boss, Keith Hotchkiss. You're not coming to. Are you coming to apprise me of the goings on out there?
No, I just
tally.
Well, I came partly to wish you all a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Magic. They flipped today.
Yes.
Couldn't be happier.
Do you hear what I hear?
Right.
Actually,
Cha-ching is what I hear.
Mm-hmm. I'm coming in, interrupting the show, which I don't normally like to do, but this is big news, right? I had a conversation with some people in New York this morning, and it appears they have really taken a liking to Cody Brown and his demo tape at the Breakfast Club.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. And I think they'd like him to make the move.
Well, bye, guys.
Yeah, all right. See you later. Well, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need to kind of talk a little bit about what that's going to look like and, how we can find another Cody Brown Poundcake. And
yes.
One of a kind. There is no finding another.
Right. I mean, probably need a new sports guy as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. I thought that was big news, though.
It is. Thanks.
Very interesting.
The bit was that they wanted to hire me.
Oh.
The whole bit was that they wanted to hire me.
I messed that up.
That I had submitted my demo to New York, and they wanted to hire me on the Breakfast Club.
I screwed up.
Keith Hotchkiss, everybody. He's
You're amazing.
The
Keith.
big market president here. He's running the whole show.
Alan.
I know. It's okay.
And I couldn't hear Cody. Was he like, what's going on?
No, not
He
at
said,
all.
"See you later." Nope. He goes, "See you later."
Oh man, I
wanted Hotchkiss to come in and go, Alan, you're not going to believe this. For whatever reason, they loved your demo. And I go, I just sent it as a goof.
I'm not.
That they wanted to hire me.
I don't even know how that would. That doesn't really square with me, right?
But
I wouldn't have even thought of that
That's why I explained it this morning.
Boy, I tell you,
it's okay.
You got to stick to the script. You got to give him.
He's had a very busy day.
Listen, for those of you now know that I'm not very good at this radio thing. That's why I go into sales.
You were on the air for a long time.
At WMMS in 1997.
And Kiss FM.
And Kiss. But MMS was my first love.
Do you still do weekends at Kiss occasionally?
No. I do the one Christmas shift on Magic.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Keith, also stop slapping the table.
Well, now I got to. Sorry.
Get out of here. Go do some stuff. Thank you. There's Keith Hotchkiss, the big market president here at iHeart Cleveland.
That couldn't have gone worse.
Oh, God, that son of a bitch.
Oh, you messed that up so
I was
bad.
so excited for this. I was so excited for this. Oh, God. I went to him this morning, and I go, are you going to be around today? I know you have a long day. Are you going to be around? He goes, yeah, I'm here all day. I said, okay. I said, when I come back from my 4:40 break, I want you to come in. I even ran it through with him. I ran it with him.
Yeah, you did a little rehearsal.
Yes.
A dry run.
I said, you know how Poundcake sent his demo to, no, he didn't. Poundcake's been talking about sending his demo to the Breakfast Club to New York. It's this company's syndicated urban morning show. And he goes, yeah. I said, I want you to come in and tell me you've got big news for me out of the blue that for whatever reason, New York wants to talk to me because they loved my demo and they want to talk to me about joining the Breakfast Club. That they're going to go in a completely different direction with one of the cast members.
It's breakfast without milk.
We worked it out. And he goes, yeah, that'll be great. That'll be great.
Oh, that's so funny.
I thought he was when he started, I thought he was kind of taking the long way around.
Yeah.
And then he goes, oh, they really want to talk to him. I'm like, you son of a bitch. Well, I tried. I don't know if Poundcake would have even bought it, but I thought it would be so fun to just be like, because I'm out.
It was almost better that he got it so horribly wrong.
God, I guess.
Mary just texted and said,
I'm out next Friday, and I was going to say, that's why I'm out is because blah, blah, and my agent told me you should, there's something coming up. You need to, I had it all laid out.
Now people are texting me like, oh, congratulations, Cody. They're so happy for you.
Damn. Yeah,
But
if that's all you heard, then they're going to, oh, God.
Mary said, Jesus Christ, tell him to stick to stealing his subordinates' beverages.
Maybe he took my waters.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's a good
God.
chance.
Oh, Keith. I don't even know if you would have bought it, Cody.
Also, you didn't submit a demo ever.
Well, that's immaterial. You mean me?
No, him.
Oh, yeah. No, that's immaterial.
So that's why he knows, like, it was he's like, this isn't right.
Well, they're also, I mean, you know.
They got the person to replace Angela Yee, and they haven't fired what's-his-face yet.
Envy,
yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. I mean, the company's always doing stuff behind the scenes. They're always talking to people. They're always grooming people to go, hey, listen, this guy's going to retire. This guy's numbers suck. This guy's this. Her is this. You know, they're always looking at what they have in the stable. And I thought it would be funny if he came in and said they want to talk to you about joining the Breakfast Club.
It could have been, but you got to know your cast too. And
That's why I went over it. I went over it with him.
You needed another run before.
He's a former air talent. I got him in his office this morning, alone.
A long time. It's a long time. A lot of time passed.
I should have gotten him sooner.
Well, you should have done.
I should have gotten him closer.
You should have done another run through with him.
I should have gotten him closer to the segment.
Mm-hmm. And said, just to recap, this is how we're going to do it.
Right. Because there's nothing funny about they like Poundcake's demo that he never sent.
Right. That's just mean to be like, hey, you got this job. Just kidding. No, you didn't.
God bless. I was so excited to do this today, too.
And then I like that he also comes in here and just like.
Well, he's nervous. He was nervous. I was technically putting him on the spot. He is nervous, but it's not like the guy's never been in the air before, you know?
These cameras are so stupid.
Falling all over the place. Yeah, that's all right. Poundcake, send him your demo, will you? Don't be a putz.
Okay. I will send him my demo.
All right. I was reading about a dude who got crushed by a machine because it thought he was a box. Did you read that story? A guy, I think it was in South Korea. This guy is working at a plant where there's all these industrial robots. It's a vegetable packaging plant. And the guy, there's something stuck. It's like the industrial robot version of a paper jam. And so the guy goes in, you know, this machine, it like lifts boxes of bell peppers and puts them onto pallets. And these are very common machines, these industrial packing machines. And there was a guy that was inspecting the sensors on all the robotic arms. And so he goes in to like look at one of them. And I guess the machine malfunctioned and thought he was a box of vegetables. And it crushed his face and chest.
Ooh.
And he died.
Robots.
Imagine going...
Robots.
Imagine going that way.
Yeah.
That's not how you want to do it.
Yeah, like what was it, what they call it? Because it was on The Office all the time. Because
the forklift?
No. Michael always wanted to use the box crushing. I can't remember what the machine was called, but
like the industrial press.
Yeah.
Hydraulic press.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm a man, not a box.
Well, we'll always have that. The look on Poundcake's face was priceless. Oh, what did he look like? I didn't see him when Hotchkiss was slaughtering my bit.
To me, it just looked like he was like he knew. You weren't for 1 second believing that happened, right, Poundcake?
No, he comes in.
No, of course not. But with them hiring me, that would have been funny.
Yes, it would have been
You didn't
fun.
send them anything. Why would I tell him to do that when you hadn't sent anything in?
No, I understand
I'm
that,
so
but
upset.
he just comes in. Keith always has. He seems like the finger guns guy. He is always. I automatically assume that he's up to something.
Why?
Because he just usually is.
Well, no, he's just usually. It's not that. It's that he's like. He hasn't. He's trying. You know, he has to have a level of energy because he's running this whole operation.
I understand that,
and that's just a nonstop slog.
But you gotta. But you know that we are on two different levels. So I only see Keith when he's in his office. He's either like this on the phone, or I see him like this, or like this. Like he's finger guns guy. I see him when he's on the move. I don't really talk to him and have conversations. So I knew coming in here, it was something, either it was going to be something really big, really bad, or he's doing a bit. So I just assume, he's not going to waste his time coming in here if it wasn't something of dire importance.
The Mike in Parma says it was like trying to have my 10-year-old son tell his grandpa a joke.
Yeah. It's the
I'm
Baylor.
the grandpa. The Baylor.
Baylor.
Michael always wanted to use the Baylor.
Right.
There you go.
Now there's a robotic Baylor that hunts you down and squishes you. Oh, it sounds painful, too. He was being crushed. Thought he was a box of bell peppers.
Alan, banana bread at work today, dude? Hell yeah.
What?
Did you have banana bread?
No, I didn't have banana bread. Maybe he had banana bread. I thought he was referencing all the food that we have here today. But I didn't mention banana bread. All right. It does sound good, though. I will F with a slice of banana bread if it's presented to me. Did you watch any of the Jeannie Buss, Jay Moore interview?
No.
Okay, so there's this guy. I don't know if he's on like a streamer or whatever. I've heard of the guy. An interview dude named Graham.
Norton?
No, not Graham Norton. Graham. What's this guy's name? Graham Benzinger? I don't know if he's like a sports talk guy or what he is. I've seen him interview a bunch of different people. You know that Jeannie Buss is married now to Jay Moore, the comedian. Jeannie Buss, her dad was the owner of the Lakers, and now she is. She runs that organization. She's the president of the LA Lakers. And she's been dating Jay Moore for a little while. She was married 30 years ago, but she's been divorced for a while. And there's like 9 years difference between him. Jay Moore is in his early 50s. She's 62. Looks good.
She looks great, yeah.
And they were dating for a while, and they got married. And people thought it was kind of a Beauty and the Beast type situation, but whatever. So they're doing an interview talking about how they don't live together and that they have this really unique marriage. And I'm like, what's the point? I know every couple has whatever works for them, but what is the point of getting married? It's not like there's a tax benefit. It's quite the opposite.
There's people that get married for tax benefits.
No, there are no tax benefits to getting married.
That's what I heard.
Let me play this for you.
Right now, we live in a building that has 3 units. So I live on the top floor, and Jay lives on the first floor. And so there's, a couple that live in between us. So we live together. We're at the same address, except I'm unit 3 and he's unit 1. We don't really want to change anything because I like my space and I have my schedule and he likes his space and he has his schedule. But I can, take the elevator down in my slippers and, hang out a little bit and go back up. And I would recommend it to any couple.
It's like, all right, I'm going to go upstairs. Like, okay. I mean, we see each other every morning, every afternoon, and every night. When you're home alone in your bed, it's like, the guys are gross. Like, we just make sounds. Like, we sweat. The sheets get all wrinkly and weird. It's like, oh, just let her sleep like a princess or a Barbie still in the box. Like, she doesn't need to be subjected to me in my, wrestling sweatpants, just belching in my,
Wow.
Why get married?
Because they wanted to.
But why?
They like their situation.
But why?
Because they wanted to.
She's super rich. She's super rich. Like,
he wants to be super rich.
You
too.
notice she probably owns the building. One.
Mm-hmm.
You notice she is on the top floor. He's ground level.
And there's a floor between them.
It's so weird.
I'd be like, bitch, if you don't get in this bed.
I mean, listen, you can do whatever you want to do. There's a billion different ways to make a relationship work. I don't understand it. There's got to be some kind of thought along the way. And they're normal functioning adults. They go, why get married? It's like these people go, what makes the marriage work? We don't live in the same separate vacations. I mean, I guess. But if you go, we stayed together for 40 years because we never saw each other. Like, what's the point? That's not we made it work because we didn't live together. Yeah, right. But why get married? Usually when people get married, even if it's an unconventional relationship, right? Like, I don't understand. And it's not for me to understand. Again, I want to be very clear. Whatever works for you, God bless. Do whatever you want to do. I don't understand polyamory in marriage. I don't get it. What's the point? They go, well, I always come back to him or her, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but that works for you and fine. But we don't live together, but we're married. Right. Well, everyone could stay married for 100 years if they weren't living together.
Well, maybe that's the trick. Maybe you need
But what's the point then? I mean, where's the big...
They're married. They're committed to each other.
But what is the... I would think
what's
at the very...
point of anything,
I would think at the very least, part of wanting to be together would be wanting to be physically together. Like living together.
Scheduled days. I love this.
She comes down in the morning. Well, of course.
I would want...
Everyone would get married if they were like, we're not going to live together. But I don't get the point.
No, I don't think everybody wants that. I think there's a lot of people that they want to be in the physical space, like they want to be around their significant other all the time. There's a lot of people that are very clingy and they don't, but for these two people, they're busy. They got their life going on. They'll, see you when I see you.
Right, but what I'm saying is, but even if they lived together, they would probably never see each other.
Yeah, but they want to make sure.
We want to make sure we don't see each other. Oh, man. It's wild, though. Because everybody's like, Jay Moore, what? He was married to Nikki Cox for a long time. She's foxy.
Yeah, Nikki Cox is one of my favorites.
Man, now that I never understood. I mean, Jay Moore must have a real knee shooter or something.
Why wouldn't you get Keith Kennedy to do that bit?
Because I wanted the top guy. I wanted the guy that would probably... Because... Frankly, Kennedy's been running around like his hair's on fire all day long. He's been way more...
But he would have got the bit right.
Well, listen, I don't know. It's done now. It's fine. It's past.
By the way, Poundcake, after this segment, Keith Kennedy wants to talk to you.
Okay.
He doesn't want to talk to you, Poundcake.
I was saying he could easily come to my studio.
Yeah, that's right. He could poke his head in.
I learned my lesson. Once you do it once.
And I have also learned my lesson.
He did it
after
once.
all this.
That was one of my favorite moments.
He got
terrible,
me, and it will never happen again because that's why I'm leery of everyone now.
Poundcake's face was priceless. What the hell did mine look like? As I slowly realized that it was
messing up the bit.
Oh my God. All right, I got a break here. Dr. Ryan Bergland is going to join us shortly. He will never disappoint us. We do a segment called Is It Red? If you've got questions for him, now is the time to call, and we'll see if we can get it figured out. He's a surgical urologist from the Cleveland Clinic. 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007. Guys, if you have questions about things going on down there, that he might be able to help you with. You can text your questions, 35192. You can leave messages on the iHeartRadio app.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Overnight, scattered showers before sunrise, a low in the mid-30s. Saturday, rain ending in the morning, then mostly cloudy, high in the upper 40s. Mostly sunny Sunday, high near 50.
This report is sponsored by Petiti Garden Center.
At Petiti.
I am AJ Petiti. Shop Petiti Garden Centers now for 50% off our forest of lifelike trees, wreaths, and garlands. Stunningly realistic and inspired by the most beautiful varieties found in nature. Petiti's, a Northeast Ohio holiday tradition.
Hey there, it's Alan for Window Nation. You know, when I tell you about the amazing deals that Window Nation do on brand new windows, I assume that you're a homeowner, you would obviously know if there were windows that needed to be replaced because of certain things, right? The obvious reasons. Hey, this one's loose. Hey, this one's a little cracked. But there are less obvious reasons. You know, you might see a little bit of condensation when it gets really cold or when it's rainy, and you might not think that much of it. But over time, that can do really bad things to your house. You can get structural damage. You can end up with mold, things like that. Windows being replaced by Window Nation in your home will keep you cozy, manage your energy bills. They look awesome. And they will give you 2 free ones for every 2 you buy and no payments at all, 0% for 5 years. 866-90-NATION to call them. Just give them my name. WindowNation.com will help out as well. They won't do it indefinitely, so call them now. 2 free windows for every 2 you buy, no interest at all for 60 months, 5 years. 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
Hey, Mackenzie here. If you've been looking for a car, truck, or SUV that's in stock and ready for immediate
Elsewhere, accidents. The Turnpike westbound between Route 8 and I-77, Chagrin Boulevard east of I-271, Superior at East 26th, Denison, and Pearl. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care.
In celebration of Conrad's 38th store opening in Canton, get up to $325 back when you buy a set of 4 eligible Goodyear tires when using your Conrad's Goodyear credit card.
Blue Falls and Conrad's, keeping your car clean and safe on the road.
Nancy Grace here, host of Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. Every day on Crime Stories, we shine a light on missing people, especially children, seeking justice for victims of violent crime. Crime Stories is the only daily podcast bringing listeners the latest breaking crime and justice news. Every day is a mission, another chance to help crime victims and bring criminals to justice. Listen to Crime Stories with Nancy Grace on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, a new film with Michael Fassbender, the underdog comedy called Next Goal Wins. I think it's based on a true story. He's kind of a down-on-his-luck coach, and he's assigned to the American Samoa soccer team, who are very much in kind of a bad news Bears vein. It's in theaters everywhere 1 week from today, the 17th. I'll get you a couple of Fandango tickets to go see it. Next Goal Wins. Elizabeth Moss is in it, Michael Fassbender, and you and a pal in the theater. Call 10, good luck, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
They try to keep the fighting to a minimum, but only because the makeup sex would be awkward.
Well, I can never unsee that.
This is the Alan Cox Show, 100.7 WMMS.
Yeah. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Yeah. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing.
I will have another $1,000 for you here in about 8 or 9 minutes, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. So listen for that. Dr. Ryan Bergland is here from the Cleveland Clinic. You and I are getting grayer by the day, aren't we? You and me, buddy.
One of the ladies who's been here for a long time pointed that out to me before coming in.
Lucky you.
Oh, nice. That's very kind
It's
of
a
her.
service she provides that we do free of charge. I mentioned earlier that younger veterans, of course, tomorrow's Veterans Day. I mentioned earlier that younger veterans are, by and large, more uncomfortable with being told, thank you for your service. So tomorrow, being Veterans Day, if you run into Dr. Ryan Bergland, say, thank you for performing Alan's vasectomy, since tomorrow is the 1-year anniversary of me getting snipped. It's like it was yesterday, right?
Yeah.
No complications. Before I did it took me a long time to pull the trigger, and before I did it or even made my appointment, we had consulted.
Well, Dr.
And
Bergland,
we had taken countless calls over the years from people who had had it done, and some of them had some horror stories, and you were very candid. You were like, look, surgical procedure, something could happen. Mine, clean as a whistle.
Every now and then, it's gonna blow up into an eggplant.
Oh,
you know?
God, and we would talk to those people.
It does happen.
Yeah.
Dr. Bergland did say to me, and sorry to air this out there, that he didn't appreciate the moaning.
I was going, oh, yeah. Well,
That's
you know, I'm not surprised he didn't want you to tell me that, but yeah. But it can happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and I was concerned, but there was no reason for concern.
But part of it is you just use common sense. Some of these guys come in, you have to take a couple of days off. I assume you did that, right?
I did.
So every now and then I'll have a guy.
Because it was
who
on a
comes in and
Friday
tests me.
when we did it. Yep. So I had the weekend. Yep.
I did 3 of them today, and it's the same thing. 2 of them, by the way, are listeners. The first guy wanted to offer some words of wisdom to you, and then just really couldn't come up with very much.
Mm-hmm. That's all right.
You don't have to offer words of wisdom. Love me, love you, hate the show.
Love you, love me.
Love you, love me, hate the show.
But some of these guys will test me on it. They'll go out and play a round of golf or something, and then they call me on Monday with a problem.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, see, that's why are you trying to test the doctor after you had a vasectomy? Yeah. No, I was gingerly doing everything afterwards, Dr. Ryan Bergland, this is the last appearance for 2023. So, guys, if there's some weird stuff going on down there, This is a great time to avail yourself of his wisdom. He's a surgical urologist over there at the Cleveland Clinic. And our segment here is called Is It Red?
Is it red? Does it itch? Does it hurt like a bitch? Is it red? Is it red? Is it red?
So, guys, if you have questions, you can call them in, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. You can text them to me. You can email me, alan@alancoxshow.com. You can leave them on the iHeartRadio app if you want to do the messages there. Here is an anonymous email. About a month ago, I noticed a small whitish bump on the head near the rim. I was worried, so I got it checked for all the HEPs and the STDs. The doctor thinks it's a sebaceous cyst, and there's nothing she can do about it, but it's still there, and it looks as if another one is forming a little way from it. Mm-hmm. Is this something Dr. Bergland says I should be worried about, or is there something I can do to get rid of these?
Those little spots are very common.
Okay.
And the small ones are pearly penile papules. We've discussed those ad nauseum over the years.
That's right.
And sebaceous cysts are oftentimes a little bit larger. They can be removed, but the question always becomes, is it worth removing it? Because you can get some scar tissue and some problems from the removal. A lot of times they kind of work themselves out, but if it really becomes distressing appearance-wise, it's something that's hard to explain to a partner, for instance, we can take them out. But it's surgery. It's a little surgical procedure.
Are these things that you can ascertain are they random? Are they hygienic in nature? Are they hormonal? Are they congenital?
People are just prone to them. We don't have a good answer.
Prone to them, okay.
I don't think it's hygienic.
Yeah.
There may be some genetic element to it. Some people can get severe problems where you have a garden of these things on their scrotum and penis. Oof. And it's pretty
You do
impressive.
not want a scrotum garden, as far as I understand the problem. Yeah. Question for Dr. Bergland: how long until Alan will be able to perform after that on-air debacle with Keith Hotchkiss? Well, that was before Dr. Bergland got here, and that's a great question, but I may be the only one to answer that. Alan, my son was circumcised, and they didn't take off enough skin. I've had to pull it back with every diaper change, breaking adhesions all the time. He's now 1. And I asked for a consult. Pediatrician keeps saying it'll be fine when he gets older. We don't need one. I don't want to have to wait too long, but it hasn't gotten much better. Thoughts on if he'll be fine as he grows, or should I push for another opinion?
Without seeing it, having a little bit of redundant skin is usually not a big deal. And it's one of those things where it's easy to take a little more off, but once you've taken too much off, you can't put it back. So I think there is a little bit of maybe underdoing them these days.
Better to err on the side of caution.
Correct, because it's not a big deal to go back and take a little bit more off. I would not worry about it at a young age. If it does become a little bit problematic down the road, have somebody see it. You can always do a revision of a circumcision. So not that big a deal.
People want to know, you're out of the main campus, yes? Is that what that is?
I'm now at Hillcrest full-time.
Oh, you're at Hillcrest now?
Hillcrest full-time.
Is that where I went to get my thing done? Okay.
Yes.
So that people are asking, where is Dr. Bergland's office? Hillcrest.
That's correct.
Okay. Why do 2 or sometimes even 3 urine streams flow when I pee? It happens a lot. Is something wrong with my urinary meatus? Oh, God.
That's one possible source. You can get a meatal stenosis where the opening can turn into literally a pinpoint where the stream can be broken up or can be very, very narrow. It can be difficult to empty. But actually, anywhere along the urinary tract, you can have a disruption that can cause turbulence and make the stream split. Some guys who have very large prostates, for instance, will spray their stream.
Right.
I never want to hear turbulence and have some turbulence.
Or you must have missed redundant skin. That's another one that I don't know that I want to be contending with. I was reading a thing that, because some guys do it this month, No Nut November. And I was reading, where they're like, I'm abstaining from popping off for 30 days or however it is. I don't know if it began as a fundraiser. I don't know if it still is, like testicular cancer or something, maybe. Something like that. But there's also a lot of, everyone has opinions on everything now. And so when you get online, there's people that are kind of engaging in public shaming and things like that. And I was reading a thing that said that it might not be healthy to abstain that much. Is that something that's probably a case-by-case basis, or that's somebody looking for clicks?
Yeah, it's probably a question that may never be answered, but it's probably not a big deal to do that.
If you have a question for Dr. Bergland, you want to call it in, you can remain anonymous. Obviously, if you want to, you can talk to Poundcake and it'll put you on hold. It is 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. Let me give you this money here, and we'll get back to it. It is $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie, and you got a shot right now. So listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Pearly penile papules can be removed at home with a pair of nail clippers. Now, I don't have to be a physician to know that's probably not best practices.
I've had some horror stories.
Clean nail clippers.
Oh, clean ones. Oh, yeah. Freshly sharpened.
Yeah, I'm not endorsing that.
Okay.
I want to be very clear.
Right.
Yeah.
But also, like,
coward.
But I'm surprised that anybody. Listen, the state of healthcare being what it is, you can't put anything past anybody. But I'm really surprised that that's where somebody would default. They go, "I'll just do this myself." It's a very sensitive area. If it was like your arm or something we were talking about, that might be different. But
one of my first exposures to urology when I was in medical school was a guy who tried to treat his own venereal warts with an industrial caustic agent and burned himself very badly.
No good.
Not a good idea.
I was dating a woman for about a year. Initially, she told me that she had herpes before we had sex. As the relationship progressed, she convinced me not to use a condom and justified it by telling me her doctor said it would be okay if she wasn't showing symptoms. Is this true?
Unfortunately, no.
If you got it, you got it, right?
You can shed virus without having visible lesions. That's correct. You're most infectious when you have visible lesions, but you can shed virus even when you're not.
Is there ever a time when you're not shedding the virus if you have herpes? Because a lot of people have it.
The answer is yes, there are periods of time, but it's just hard to know when that is.
Right.
And so you're taking a risk. If you're in a committed relationship and you understand the risks involved and you're not showing anything, perhaps that's a decision that you can make. But you can contract the virus even if you don't see an open sore.
This looks like shorthand. It's a text. I don't know. Tell Dr. Bergland, in laminar flow. Does that mean something?
They're just talking about turbulence with urine flow. Yeah.
Well, laminar flow is when it's looks like it's still, right?
It's been a long time.
I don't know what that is. Yeah, okay.
I'm just a simple country urologist.
Yeah, I was going to say, and I'm terrible at that stuff. So, Alan, are we going to get any clarity on the blue balls? We're talking about blue balls before, and Bill goes, "Well, that's not real." And I said, "I'm pretty sure Dr. Bergland told us it was real."
It's real. Yeah, it's a real phenomenon. Yeah.
I literally just saw a TikTok today where someone's like, "It's not like
TikTok."
It was a doctor, just like Dr. Bergland saying
people can get severe. We see it regularly.
Okay,
people can get some severe testicular pain.
Is that why the No Nut November is potentially unhealthy?
That's if you get all worked up, and then
doesn't happen.
Edging November is probably not a great idea.
Right.
That is a real phenomenon.
Yeah. Here is a message off of the iHeartRadio app.
I developed a major bend to the left in my penis after my motorcycle accident. How can that be fixed?
A major bend in his penis after a motorcycle accident.
To the left.
That is Peyronie's disease.
Okay.
Now,
so completely coincidental or he did something and it stayed that way?
He must have been riding hard.
It looks like the curve I crashed on.
Yeah, right.
I don't want to be. I don't want to say that 100% though, because if he had a major pelvic fracture, there could be other things that could cause him to curve. But traditionally, that's going to be Peyronie's disease. There are things that can be done about it, but the question always is it has it been stable for a year? Is it greater than 30-degree curvature? And are you able to have intercourse successfully?
Yep.
If
you get in with the sextant and figure it out, your protractor or whatever.
We actually had guys bring in pictures.
Yeah.
We asked them to take a picture and show it to us, just so that we can judge, because the treatments they're negatives. You can potentially rupture some of the tissues in the penis. It can cause the penis to get smaller.
Yeah.
So you really only want to do it if it's a severe problem.
Somebody texted they had a prostatectomy in September. Is it normal to urinate during an orgasm?
Yes.
Ooh. All right.
It's called climacturia.
climax. It's got a cool
I've done
name
one of those
too.
before.
Yeah.
Mess.
So females have one sphincter because their bladder is to urinate. Men, the genital tract is actually incorporated into the bladder. And so you actually have two sphincters. One's in the prostate, one's beyond that, the external sphincter. When you take the prostate out, that's gone. Why do you have to have two sphincters? To urinate, both have to open. To ejaculate, the one into the bladder has to close. The external one has to open. Because if you didn't have that other sphincter, the ejaculate would go back into the bladder and would go forward.
Okay.
So
when that one is removed, it's all coming out of the same.
So what happens is when you ejaculate, that sphincter it opens to release the semen, but you don't produce any. So instead, it just opens and there's no other sphincter, so the urine goes out. So the trick to that is, don't drink a lot of fluid before intercourse. Make sure you go to the bathroom before intercourse. And
this is nothing that Kegels would help.
You can potentially train it away.
Yeah.
You can potentially train it away. The last thing though is if all else fails, you can wear a condom during intercourse, and then it'll catch whatever fluid comes out.
Gotcha. You pull it out, it looks like a water balloon. So, caveat emptor.
Yeah.
Can Dr. Bergland elaborate on cysts on the scrotum? I squoze one and white stuff came out. Is this normal? Should I not do this?
That's probably sebaceous cyst.
Okay.
Yeah. Oof. I won't comment on whether you should or should.
Squoze.
Squoze it.
Anytime you have to squoze something, I'd say don't do that.
Hey, Joe. Hello.
Yeah, hey, Dr. Bergland. It's been good to hear from you for the past few years, and from my understanding is that this is going to be your last time on the show.
Last time this year, Joe.
Oh, last time this year. Okay. All right. Well, I'll go to my question anyway.
Unless he tells me to F
memorable
off.
questions? Are there any memorable conversations or moments of this year or in the past years that stick out in your mind as being either very humorous or very serious or outright gross?
The one that I always remember, and there have been some great ones on here, and this was a long time ago. I don't even remember this one, but I was absolutely stymied because a woman called in and asked if you could catch HIV through a flea bite. Do you remember this?
Vaguely.
This was unbelievable. Yeah. So it was a great question. There's been no evidence that you can, but then we asked, why do you ask? And she was getting a ride to work every day by her best friend, who was at the time, this must have been before everybody had their HIV levels under control. She was being driven to work every day by her closest friend who had active HIV and had a flea infestation in his car. You remember that?
Oh, man. I mean, it sounds kind of familiar, but I would not be able to recall that. That's a wild question.
It sounds like something from the morning show, really.
It was the most bizarre question.
Right.
And,
yeah, that might as well be like a mosquito bite as well.
Right, and there's no evidence of that either. So if you look at the diseases that are
fleas.
The diseases that are transmitted by mosquitoes and ticks, etc., part of the life cycle of the virus is inside the insect, and there's been no evidence of that with HIV. Now, admittedly, I'm a urologist. I'm not an infectious disease doctor. I don't know if there's a theoretic way it could happen, but that's not a real source of.
There's been no evidence that would suggest that.
Correct.
Hey, Tom.
Hi, how are you?
What's up?
I got a question. I've been diabetic for roughly 30 years, and my sex life is non-existent due to not being able to maintain or get an erection. Is there anything that can be done? And I've tried the pills, I've done some stuff like that, but I'm like to the point where there's no blood flow at all down there, and it's very, very difficult to even get one.
So that's a great question. And number one, the first thing I would do is try injection therapy. You can actually inject a drug directly in the penis to give you an erection. Some diabetics, though, still don't have a very good blood supply in the penis. The last option, which works great and people love it, but it does require surgery, is you can have a penile prosthesis placed surgically that will create an erection that's honestly like you were 20 years old again. I mean, it really works very well. It has a 98% patient satisfaction rate and a 97% partner satisfaction rate. And I've got a partner who specializes in that. So it is not hopeless. There are things you can do. It's just how aggressive, how invasive you're willing to go to get that. But that's a fixable problem.
At this point, I want to be super aggressive.
If you want my
Anything will
advice,
help, yeah.
my advice, get a prosthesis. It's a great solution to that problem.
I'm going to call your office Monday.
Excellent.
All right, thank you, Tom. What is the number to call you over there?
It's 1-800-CCF-CARE. That's probably the best place to start, just because, directly to my office it just kind of would get you into this kind of scheduling morass. Just call there, and they can actually get you the right person.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, take a break here. More with Dr. Ryan Bergland, or Is It Red segment, last one of 2023. Guys, if you've got a question about some strange things going on down there, you can call it in, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. If you're on hold, I'll get you after the break. You can text your question. You can also leave a talkback message on the iHeartRadio app.
Glory. There's video going around of a girl who claims she tattooed her boyfriend's name, Kevin, on her forehead. I don't know if I'm buying this, though. Looks fake.
I want to see videos of it. Oh, it's starting to peel now. Then I would believe that it was real.
Here's a guy that says Doozy has enough room on her forehead to date Schwarzenegger.
Rover's Morning Glory. Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
This Buzzard Weekend is sponsored by Dollar Bank and the Bath Authority.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey guys, it's Mary with some fantastic news for my fellow steak lovers. Carne asada is back at Chipotle. This tender, juicy, hand-cut steak is seasoned to perfection with cumin, oregano, and coriander, and then finished with fresh lime and cilantro. I tried it on my go-to bowl, and the way it mixed with my favorite ingredients like the fajitas, combined with how easy it was to order in the app, has me craving to try it again. But this time I'm thinking a burrito. Chipotle's carne asada is available in all U.S. and Canada Chipotle restaurants, but it's only here for a limited time. So get to your nearest Chipotle restaurant or order in the Chipotle app or at chipotle.com.
When my daughter gets a cold, I have a secret weapon. Dayquil Kids Berry from Vicks. Dayquil Kids is specially formulated to treat kids' most bothersome cold and cough symptoms quickly. And the best part is that Dayquil Kids Berry tastes really great. Aren't you supposed to be resting? Maybe.
Dayquil Kids Berry. The kids' berrylicious daytime congestion, coughing, stuffy head, stuffy nose, just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6 years plus.
24 Equinox LS FWD, 24-month lease, $29.99 down, $37.88 DAS for Summit residents, 10,000 miles a year, $0 security deposit, factory rebates to dealer, tax tag, title, registration, $250 doc fee, approved credit through GM Financial, ends 11/30/23.
The Chevy Red Tag sales event is Ron Marhofer Chevrolet's biggest sale of the year. That means gigantic discounts, gigantic savings, and rebates. This is Chris Marhofer. We have new Chevy trucks and SUVs up to $9,000 off MSRP. That's $9,000 in cash savings. Not only will you save up to $9,000, but payments from only $239 a month. Hundreds of new Silverados, Colorados, Tahoes, Equinox, Blazers, Traverse, and Trax, all on sale. Get up to $9,000 discounts and payments from only $239 a month. The Red Tag sales event only happens once a year. RonMarhoferChevy.com. Only in Stowe and only at Ron Marhofer Chevrolet on Darrow Road. Find new roads at Ron Marhofer Chevy.
With Black Friday savings all month long at the Home Depot, you get all the jingle bells and whistles you could wish for with LG appliances. With America's most reliable line of appliances per independent consumer study, you can take holiday doing to holiday done and always be ready to handle last-minute holiday guests. Save up to $900 on select laundry sets with Black Friday savings, including top brands like LG at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
If there's anything better than getting a few of your favorite things from McDonald's, it's getting a few of your favorite things from McDonald's for less in the McDonald's app. Delicious.
For a limited time, mix and match a Filet-O-Fish, 10-piece chicken McNuggets, or McCrispy sandwich. Buy one, get one for $1.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Price and participation may vary. Valid for item of equal or lesser value. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
The leaves are changing. Thanksgiving is just around the corner. And you know what that means? It's time to start making your list and checking it twice. Pro tip, if you're planning to propose this holiday season, it's time to design the perfect ring now. Every Diamonds Direct engagement ring is handcrafted to perfection, which takes time. So don't wait. Start designing your dream ring today. Our experts will make you feel at ease as they educate and guide you to create that one-of-a-kind ring you're envisioning. Our industry-leading warranties will give you total confidence. And as always, our nationwide price guarantee will ensure you get the very best value. Plus, Diamonds Direct has a gift even Santa can't beat. Buy any natural diamond at Diamonds Direct and get a 14-karat gold solitaire setting free. Beat the rush, shop in November, and make this holiday season one to remember. Diamonds Direct, near Beechwood Mall at the corner of Richmond and Cedar Road. Proud to call the 216 home. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
In celebration of Conrad's 38th store opening in Canton, get up to $325 back when you buy a set of 4 eligible Goodyear tires when using your Conrad's Goodyear credit card.
Blue Falls and Conrad's, keeping your car clean and safe on the road.
For fast sore throat relief, try Vicks Vapo Cool Drops. With maximum strength menthol and a powerful rush of Vicks vapors that works in seconds. Vaporize sore throat pain fast with Vicks Vapo Cool Drops.
In honor of Veterans Day, Wendy's is thanking those who have served or currently serving in the U.S. military with a free breakfast combo offer with valid military ID or a Veterans Advantage card at participating Wendy's locations on Veterans Day, Saturday, November 11th.
The best podcast listening experience is on your free iHeartRadio app. Discover features like downloading to listen offline and new episode alerts. Plus, it's easy to import your podcast subscriptions from other providers. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
Hey, it's Rover for the Bath Authority. Imagine a new upgraded bathroom without the hassle of a lengthy renovation. A better bath awaits you with the Bath Authority. They make it possible with custom-made bathtubs, walk-in showers, and walk-in tubs. Available in a huge selection of styles, colors, and finishes. So you can get exactly what you want and you don't have to wait. Plus, right now, you can get a new bath installed in as little as 1 day for just $99 a month. Call 216-220-8399. 216-220-8399. The Bath Authority. 216-220-8399.
What's better than giving a gift everyone wants? Getting free gas and groceries by earning perks on gift cards purchased at Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get Go. Choose from hundreds of gift cards to make everyone merry. Give smart style. Home helpers. Family faves. And beauty bests. Stop in our stores for bonus perk offers on gift cards. The holidays are magical at Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get Go.
Hey, K.O.B., you got what I need. Easy credit, easy drive. Where Cleveland goes to buy. O.K.O.B., Kia at Bedford.com.
With Cars for Kids, there's no more stressing over an old vehicle. Donate it today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
With Wrangler Riggs workwear, you'll be ready for any job, any project, anything the day throws at you. Suit up in our industrial work shirts, heavy-duty work pants, and jeans that are made to handle the toughest conditions. Built with triple needle stitching and off-the-shelf comfort, all backed by our limited lifetime warranty. Be ready for anything in gear that works as hard as you do. Wrangler Riggs Workwear. The full terms of the limited lifetime warranty are available at Wrangler.com.
Traffic. From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, if you were injured on the job, call the attorneys at Elk and Elk, 1-800-ELK-OHIO. In Westlake, the Crocker southbound entrance ramp to 90 East remains closed for the next couple hours while they try to right a rolled over semi-truck. A vehicle fire reported East Boulevard at MLK. In Middleburg Heights, an accident on Pearl Road near Bagley. And the Turnpike West between Route 8 and I-77, expect delays and lane closures. A wreck being cleared there. Jackie Robertson, the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Summa Health System. Candace had weight loss surgery at Summa Health. 3 months later, she was invited to a wedding. Nobody recognized her. That felt amazing. Summa Health, vital for losing weight and regaining your health. Vital for life. Visit summahealth.org/weight loss.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Where's the best place in America to meet single girls and guys?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
just to get you in the mood for the Bill Squire Friday Get Down, which is mere minutes away. In the meantime, Dr. Ryan Bergland is here. We do a segment called Is It Red? He's a urologist with the Cleveland Clinic. If you've got questions, guys, about stuff going on down there, this is a great time to avail yourself of his wisdom. Last time, he will join us in 2023. Of course, we'll reconvene next year. You saw, let's go in the Wayback Machine here. You saw that they reopened Nighttown.
Yes.
Which is where Ryan Bergland and I first met. We were introduced to each other.
Yeah.
Well, our first date, it was like 12 years ago or something, a long time ago. Yeah. We had one of our sales girls go, hey, we're going to do a thing with the Cleveland Clinic. We get this doctor who's great. He was talking about you should meet him. And we had lunch at Nighttown.
That's right.
And it all happened there. If you want to call in your problem, you can. You can say anonymous if you like. It's 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. You can text me 35192. If you're listening on the iHeartRadio app, you can leave messages there. Hey, Peter.
Hey, how's it going, Alan?
You tell me.
Oh, you know, same old stuff. I just got a question for the doctor today.
Yeah.
So randomly, it doesn't happen like too often, but it's like every once in a while, I'll just doing whatever, and my testicles just start hurting. Like it feels like I got punched out all of a sudden. And there's times where it'll last like 15 minutes. The other day it lasted for like 12 hours.
Ooh. Well, chronic testicular pain is a real problem. There's some guys that have it continuously. Some guys get it intermittently. Mm-hmm. You know, that's something worth looking into a little further. You haven't noticed any masses or anything out of the ordinary with the testicle, correct?
No, I mean, I feel like once a week, and I haven't felt anything, no mass or anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of thing where if it's not kind of crippling pain, you can take NSAIDs, Advil, Aleve, et cetera, to treat it intermittently. If you feel something abnormal or if it's just a debilitating pain, you might want to get that looked at. Oftentimes what we'll do is we'll give you a run of antibiotics. Sometimes it's an infectious problem. Oftentimes it'll go away with that. If it doesn't, there are procedures that can be done to treat the nerve tissue to the testicle.
All right, so basically, as of right now, until it gets like extremely bad, or until I feel something, and just take a leave.
I think that's reasonable, and if it's the testicles are very, very sensitive. They're very heavily innervated, so they're very sensitive to any kind of noxious stimulus. So if it's just kind of an intermittent thing that goes away with pain medication, it's not a big deal. If it's more debilitating, you need to come in and have it looked at.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, good luck, Peter. Ask Dr. Bergland how I can get rid of Fordice bumps. Fordice. That's how they spell in the text on my scrotum.
Yeah, I
had them for a long time.
That's one. Have us look at it.
But that's what they are. That's what they're called.
If they're just little bumps, I wouldn't do anything. That's actually normal anatomy.
Do you have to pump that prosthesis up that you were talking about? You do. So it's like a Reebok.
There's patients often describe it as a third testicle. The pump is actually in the scrotum.
Okay.
And it feels like a testicle, except that it's just it's a bulb and you pump fluid into it.
So that's like a nudicle that's in there and you squeeze it? Okay.
Yes.
Do they remove both of them or just the one for the pump?
No, it's a third one.
Oh, it's a third one.
It's a third one.
Oh, next to your natural one. You go, wow, all right. Well, that's the trade-off. Where you can pump it up, you got 3 nuts.
Yes.
With recreational marijuana passing, this person wants to know if there's been any research done on how marijuana affects your sexual health.
It's a good question. It can actually it can affect erectile function.
Yeah.
It can affect libido. It's different in different folks.
Right.
I mean, but it does. It affects the central nervous system, so it can affect arousal and desire and erections.
Well, even people like myself and a lot of people who are pro-pot, you're still fooling yourself if you think that there's no issues with it, right? I mean, it should be regulated like alcohol. I think people have kind of come to that consensus.
Right.
But you'll also read things. You're like, look, long-term use, not great for your heart. It's not, you're still smoking something,
Correct.
You can have the arguments over whether or not it's better or worse than something else, but fun costs you sometimes.
Right.
And sometimes it makes you too horny.
Hey, Dave, hello.
Get that horny high. Hey, how you doing?
What's going on, Dave?
Well, like 10 or 15 years ago, I noticed, like, on my left testicle, like a lump, and I was all worried it was cancer, and I went in, and they did an ultrasound and checked it all out, and come back and said it's fluid filled. It comes from the epididymis, or whatever they call it, and it gets bigger and bigger. But back then it wasn't that big, and it didn't really affect me much. So, like, 15 years later now, it's grown like 7, 8 times the size. Yeah. And I'm kind of afraid. They say they can go in there and surgically remove it, but I'm kind of afraid for them to mess around with me down there. And I was just wanting to get your professional opinion on that.
You have a spermatocele. That's a benign lesion, so that, you know, it's not going to cause you any harm. It's just, is it bothering you? You know, is it
It's very uncomfortable.
If it's uncomfortable, then that's probably a reason to get it removed. The surgery is.
I mean, it's bigger than my left nut is.
Yeah. If it's bothering you, that's
like,
an indication to remove it. But just remember, it's surgery, and surgery's you're gonna get swollen, you're gonna get black and blue, and
yeah. I'm just worried. I'm just worried that, I don't know. I'm just afraid, I guess. So I've been living with it, and I still can. I probably will end up until I die. But I thought I don't know how serious that is. How serious is that as a surgery to get that taken care of?
It's it's an in-and-out surgery. It's bigger than getting a vasectomy done, but it's not a. It's not a.
It's nothing to be too concerned about.
No, not at all.
And then it'll be gone, and I can live a normal life.
There's a small recurrence risk. I mean, you can.
I mean, that's up to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How devoted to it are you?
Well, it's just embarrassing. I guess it kind of deters me from wanting to be around other people.
I mean, if it's having that kind of effect, why not remove it? You know, if it's making affecting your willingness to be around people, if it's embarrassing, or it's hard to have intercourse, that's a reason to fix it.
Well, I appreciate that.
All right, good luck, Dave.
Okay, thanks.
All right, 216-578-1007 for Dr. Ryan Bergland, or 800-348-1007. Do most insurances require a referral for a vasectomy? A lot of people ask that question.
I honestly don't know, and I don't think so.
Yeah. You're not in the insurance department.
Yeah, I'm not, but I think we have a lot of people that just cold call us to get that done. I don't think you need a referral.
Tomorrow is the 1-year anniversary of my vasectomy in Dr. Bergland's office. I did have 2 attendants. I did have 2 nurses, right?
You might have, yeah.
I had one on either side. And I didn't know if they were real.
Is this a humble brag?
Oh, no. I wasn't sure if they were showing off for me or if he was showing off. He's like, hey, look at this. But I assumed that I would end up with 1 attendant.
I'm going to give you a little secret.
Assistant, yeah.
If there were 2 in there,
yeah,
1 was a trainee.
Oh, boy. All right. Well, nothing bad happened. So she was, I think you're probably right because, you're not knocked out or anything. I'm lying there. I'm on my back staring at the ceiling. I got my knees up. But you were kind of, given directions to the one.
Yeah.
And it sounded like one of them you were given a few more directions than the other one, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
But there was nothing that felt like it went wrong or,
Let me tell you.
I was surprised at what a quick, obviously you're a pro and you do these a lot, but I was surprised at what a quick procedure that was.
Yeah, a couple of interesting things about that. First of all, the procedure, I think I've told you this before, the procedure was, what we do in our procedure was developed in China.
Yeah.
And they had mass sterilization programs. And so they had to have a quick, safe, easy way to do it. A lot of folks used to do them in the operating room. Now we turned it into a 5 or 10 minute operation in the procedure area.
Yeah.
So
you just lay in there on the butcher paper and taking care of it.
Did you know what Alan planned on doing when he had to bring in his sample? Because he said he was gonna rub one out here and then take it to you.
Oh, take it, yeah. Yep.
And then he decided to do it there, but
because I think I had consulted you about that too, and you were like, well, you can do that. Yeah. You might need to keep it warm in your armpit or something. I'm like, I don't think I want to do that. And so I went there and did it, and it was fine.
Early in my career, I would actually I would have patients bring in a semen specimen and look at it myself under a microscope. But everything's so automated now. One other thing that's interesting, though, is and I tell this to all the residents, to do these in an awake patient, you have to be really slick.
Yeah.
Because you're being heavily scrutinized, and you don't use words like oops.
Right.
Or whoopsie, you know.
Yeah. He meant you're being heavily scrutinized in this line of work. How about somebody texted, how about a pinched sciatic nerve and pain in the testicle? One would connect with the other there?
You can, the genitofemoral nerve can you can get a nerve palsy or a paresthesia of the genitofemoral nerve that would affect the scrotum. So yes, I mean you can have nerve syndromes that can hurt the testicle. The reality is, if we can't fix it through the simple stuff, we actually have to go in and do a nerve block and actually consider removing the nerve tissue to the testicle if the pain is severe enough.
Right.
Can you imagine walking around all day feeling like you were kicked in the?
I did.
And some people do.
I don't
Some
even like
people
thinking
do.
about it.
Hey, Ed.
Hello.
Hi there.
Yes. Hello.
What can I do for you?
I've got a question for Dr. Bergland.
Yep.
A few years ago, I got sick, blood clots, double pneumonia in my chest, and I had some. I developed a heart condition through that, and I started having edema, like water backup. So I'm on a diuretic.
Yes.
And over the last couple of years, my unit has become inverted.
Yes.
Like a turtle.
Right.
Head. Turtle shit. Yeah. It just goes inside. It doesn't hang like it used to.
There are a couple of things that could be going on there. I mean, one is you could have just penoscrotal edema because of the heart condition. You know, that's the lowest point of gravity. You have a lot of fluid there. The penis gets kind of buried in all the other tissues, and you can also get buried penis just from weight gain. So if you gain enough weight and you get a lot of fatty tissue around the penis, it will invert. The penis will kind of retract into the surrounding tissue. So you could have a couple of things going on there. If it's water accumulation, you treat that, diuretics, etc. If it's fat accumulation, weight loss.
It's weight. Okay. So, okay. But it is reversible, I guess, is my question.
Yes, I mean, you know, it depends. You know, if it's one of those two things, you can potentially reverse it because it has less to do with the penis than it does the tissue around it.
Okay. So basically, keep on diuretic and lose weight, and it could start popping its head back out.
Yeah, and you know, yeah,
come out of hibernation.
Yes.
All right, good. Thank you, Ed. Good luck there. Alan, after having sex with my wife, if I don't go and wash everything off, I'll get a red rash under my head and foreskin.
That's interesting.
Maybe try lube.
Well, I'm wondering if he's using lube and he's just he's reacting to the lube.
Oh,
or is there some?
All right, well, that's that too. Hey, Robert.
Yes.
What's up?
Dr. Bergland is amazing. I just wanted to say that first. I've been in there before, and his enthusiasm, and talking me through things, has been great. They removed cancer, and I've had a few small pains in the general area again.
Okay.
Mostly when I'm working out and stuff like that, but I've just beat some other pretty major health concerns.
Okay.
And might be going back for scans for prostate pretty soon and other concerns. But I don't know if there's any questions I should be asking about those right yet, but I just wanted to say I'm pretty just a little bit of pains I'm curious about, but the other stuff I'm pretty excited about. He's been a huge help.
What kind of cancer did we originally treat? Was it a prostate cancer?
No, it was kidney
cancer.
Kidney cancer, yeah.
Okay. How old were you when you got it?
40.
So you're young.
2-ish.
I always wonder with the young guys, you know, there's the concern is always about something that's syndromic. You know, you worry about genetic, you know, maybe having a genetic predisposition.
Mm-hmm.
And did you go to genetic counseling?
I haven't gone back to gone to genetic counseling. My dad has had stones. My brother has larger stones, and mine are usually like that 3.5 or whatever that is passable but painful.
Yeah.
Well-
and we went back to kind of find out what was going on and found that.
If you know anything about Dr. Ryan Bergland, it said his enthusiasm for removing cancers is unmatched. So it's all right. Thank you, Robert. Good luck out there. Here's a message off the app.
Yeah, hey, Doc. I got a 45-degree swerve going. 56. Curious, what's the treatment for such an issue?
45-degree swerve going on. That's the peyronie.
That's pretty significant. And
Is it?
If it's been stable for a year and it's interfering with intercourse, that's something I would consider treating. And there are injections you can do into the penile plaque to help straighten things out, and there are surgeries that you can do to correct it. But you're getting to the point where if it's really interfering with intercourse, yeah, I'd think about doing something.
Another texter suggested that the KY is water-based and that it could be messing with the wife's pH or with his or something.
It's certainly possible. So you have to look at any chemicals that are being used.
It's like when you have to switch to that laundry detergent.
Draft.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Don't use draft with
Get
your
draft
wife
lube.
as a lubricant. Dr. Ryan Bergland, you have done it again, sir. It's good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Dr. Ryan Bergland from the Cleveland Clinic can be reached 1-800-CCF-CARE.
That's the best way to make an appointment with the clinic, yeah.
All right, let me get here. Somebody's calling just now. Oh, get one last one in. Hey, Joe.
Yes.
Quickly, what's going on, Joe?
Okay. Quick question. Those couple clinics, one on the east side, one on the west, that use like ultrasound supposedly to help ED. Are those bogus?
No, they're not bogus. That's actually that's validated. We do it at the clinic. It wouldn't necessarily be my first line treatment, and they can get a little bit pricey. And I would try other things before that, but that's a very reasonable approach. Just be careful about the cost and make sure you've kind of exhausted some of the other stuff before you do that.
Just to clarify, he's talking about like sound waves to treat ED or something?
You're using shock waves basically to help kind of reinvigorate the nerve and vascular tissue of the penis, and there's some solid evidence that it can help. It just I wouldn't consider it first line for treatment. I'd kind of go through the normal progression of pills, injections, et cetera. But that's a reasonable thing to do.
Okay, thanks, pal.
Yeah.
All right, there it is.
Is it right? Does it itch? Does it hurt like a bitch? Is it right? Is it right? Is it right?
Bill, are you ready to begin the weekend?
Let's do it.
All right, we get the weekend going around these parts with the Bill Squire Friday Get Down in honor of the late, great Murray Saul here at WMMS. Take it away, William.
It's Friday! Get down on Friday. Get yourself right. If you got a band in your wiener, see Dr. Bergland. Get that penile plaque out of there. You don't want your peyronie's ruining your weekend with your lady. Also, I got Friday Get Down t-shirts coming soon. Merch seller, merch seller, merch seller. It's Friday.
Wow, all right. Save me one of them.
I will.
There it is.
We'll do a reveal with the t-shirts coming once they're all printed.
Gotcha. The Bill Squire Friday Get Down going to likewise, gents. Weekend is now officially underway. And that's it. Let me take a break here. If you want to get the last word in, send me a text, 35192. There's another $1,000 on the way for you at 6:30 to grab a grand from the Buzzard bookie.
The Alan Cox Show. On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2024.
Presented by Capital One.
Sold out. Now your only way in is to win.
Don't miss Paramore.
The 1975.
The Black Keys.
30 Seconds to Mars.
Bush. Sum 41.
yellow card.
Lovely, the band.
The Last Dinner Party. Win your way to our sold-out iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2024, presented by Capital One, starting this Monday.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2024, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
This is Super Bowl champion Alfred Williams. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
The Big Ten is banning Michigan football coach Jim Harbaugh from the sidelines for the rest of the regular season over the program's sign-stealing scandal. A makeshift Browns offensive line will face Baltimore on Sunday. That's after right tackle DeJuan Jones was ruled out with knee and shoulder injuries. And the Guardians introduced Stephen Vogt as their new manager today. The 39-year-old is the second youngest skipper in the big league.